Hello. Hi. I'm getting a little bit worried about Revachol, I'm going to be honest. Every time I talk to anyone about the place, most of them seem to think something terrible is going to happen, but there is a chance. Something beautiful is about to happen. I don't know if it's going to happen today. I don't know what it could be. We are sailing ever further into the unknown in this game at this point, which is very exciting to me, but at the same time, pretty daunting because it's possible that there is some kind of disaster that I can avert and I'm expected to. I don't know how to do it, so we'll see, but we're going back into Disco Zone. See if I can figure out where I'm at. So we got little dancing man, he's still having fun. I figured out he is doing a dance to this song, but he's slightly slower than it. See, when he goes boom, 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 that's when he goes like hoo, 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 hoo. And then on the other beats, see, he does 2 and 2, and then he alternates, but it doesn't quite line up. Occasionally you get a cycle where it almost does, and it's like, yes! But then he drifts out, and it's sad. Ooh, shoes. Wait, have I not already taken these? Do I not have like 50 pairs of these by now? Maybe this is a known bug. No, get the shoes though. Huh. But yes. You cannot get ye shoes. I'm not trying to talk to you right now, hang on. Why did the 41st send me? Okay. Low chance. Zero logic. As ever, not ideal. Let's check. I mean, that's waiting for us any time. We don't need to do that now. But I do want to get the shoes. They're mocking me. If they are the empathy shoes, they have bugged out on my Switch version and I have 2 pairs of them. So it's possible they've kind of fixed it. There was a patch for this yesterday, I think. But it's like every time I load the game, it respawns the Crabman's clothes. Yo, I could be selling them. Unless I just didn't have the Messbanger scarf, but there's no way. Yeah, I got 2 of it now, see? I guess I just broke the economy. I can sell these nasty scarves for like... probably like 2 Real each. Just farm them by saving and reloading the charge. So, seemingly, and I'm sure there is some other way to do this. But oh, I can walk up there. On my other file, my Switch one, that is. I don't seem to be able to progress this. This whole thing with Suno. Because I dismissed these people, in my attempt to actually help her, I seem to not be able to help her at all. I'm kind of surprised that there isn't another way through. I thought what I could do would be to buy the 50 Real speakers from Sileng, and then give those speakers to her, instead of her needing these people's speakers. It being the case that I had dismissed them completely from the entire game world, seemingly. But no. No, those speakers seem to actually have no use. They're just superficially attached to the purchase of the sneakers, as best I can tell, so I'm not really sure. But let's take stock. Where are we at? So we can still give Van Eyck a... sorry, no, not Van Eyck. We can still improve Van Eyck's jam by giving a tape to Egghead. Van Eyck is the artist responsible for the music that Egghead has been playing, I think. You can feel it. The music could hit so much harder. You just need a few tweaks. Walk back to the canal and see if you can find any tapes that would work as a melody. Walk back to the canal. Huh. See, I don't remember where I found the karaoke song that I haven't used yet. If I found that by the canal, then clearly that is the one tape it wants me to use. But I'm just not sure. Also, I think I got a bad dye. I maybe shouldn't have gone for the amber dye with the mosquito. Wait, when did I get sirens? I thought I could only buy 1 dye from the woman. So I must have got these from somewhere else, but I thought these were ones she was selling. Huh. Encephalopathy redescends, it seems. Ah well. So, God, I love how he kind of ghosts in front of me, but he only properly renders where he overlaps with me. It's such a strange effect. I just get like the ghost of Kim Kitsuragi's torso when I go into my inventory sometimes. Depending upon where he's decided to place himself within my immediate vicinity. When he's in front, he's just stealing the show. That's a whole limelight that he's sucking up. And he deserves it, to be honest. More than I do, more than my character does. I mean, put Kim Kitsuragi in Smash. I beg of you. I don't even own the game. Though I did just buy this game for my friend yesterday because it's gone back on sale at what I consider to be a very generous price. £12 is about where it is currently, which for the amount of time I've put into this is ridiculous. Like, that's stupidly good value. Cannot recommend it highly enough, but of course, anyone seeing this probably already owns the game at least once, so... I think I need to re-coffee. This is always the problem, you know. I've been kicking around the idea of doing some kind of a warm-up before I get involved with the things that actually have a series attached to them, things that I make plot progress in. I feel they're best left for a point at which I am prepared to speak, because it takes me a while to wind up to even getting sentences constructed, much less figuring out the correct course of action within whatever game I'm playing. But if you can tolerate a little bit of waffling for just a bit, we'll get there. Dead body on the boardwalk. Okay, so I need to call the library, which I believe opens at 10 AM and closes at 6 PM. What time is it right now? 10:26. Well, there you go. I think that's next on my list. However, we do that from Kin's Kinema, which I did not attempt to say in the affected cadence of my Sharona, but apparently it happened. There's no turning away from it now. Let's just zoom back. Maybe we have further business at the church or places around. No, we can get back easily enough. What the fuck is this? What does that say? Oh my god, this man's jacket says fuck world. I think it says fuck the world, but I dearly hope it just says fuck world. Because that's a power statement. I mean, I guess they're both power statements. One of them is considerably more powerful than the other one. And also, you know, Vega, which only lends to its power. Okay, so I don't know why I walked up there. We're gonna do the radio first, then we're gonna speak to these people. I'm sure they're not gonna run away just because we interact with the car.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
Pick up the radio again.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Hi, Alice. Can you connect me to the Jamrock Public Library, please?
Hold on, officer.
Thank you.
I've got Central Jamrock Public Library on the line, and I've already introduced you to their librarian. Connecting the call in 2, 1.
Yes, this is Central Jamrock Public Library here. How can I help you, officer?
I'm looking for any information that you can provide on Billy Mijon, a reader.
Billy Majon, you said. Give me a moment, I'll have to check our database.
He puts down the receiver.
On Moreau Drive in central Jamrock, in a darkened hall lit by orange desk lamps far away from the noise outside, a middle-aged man taps commands into an old radio computer. A printout falls on the desk. Behind him, a lonely reader scours some dusty bookshelves, looking for a paperback.
Yes, hello, are you still there? I found Billy Majon's home address, is that alright? No phone number, unfortunately.
Home address is fine.
Here we go, sir. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33B, apartment number 20. It's in Martinez, I believe. Capeside Apartments, it says. That's all.
Okay.
That's where the smoker on the balcony lives, isn't it?
Oh. Is it? I mean, it's that apartment building, but is that the smoker's apartment? Sorry, do you have any other information on Billy Majon?
It says here that they returned their last book just a few days ago, but I wasn't at work that day.
Do you know anyone who was?
Marie? Marie? Do you remember a reader named Billy Majon? They returned a Tybalt book the other day.
You hear someone answer from afar.
Maurice, what? A woman yells. Then, Yes. Okay. If it was the police, she starts explaining something.
Yes, it was my colleague Marie. She said that it was Billy's husband who returned the book. He also asked for this new sci-fi release, Lowe's Radio City 87, but we don't have it yet.
I feel like that's one of the things that comes out of the radio from outside my room at the Whirling in Rags, but I could be completely wrong. It doesn't mean much to me here though. Lowe's? Radio City though, that's that building I keep pointing at in Fallout New Vegas. They sucked it up out of Liverpool and dropped it in the desert, I guess. Hey Bingus, good to see you. What have we got here? Smilky Blanky, I think I'm reading. I've got to increase the text size on my OBS chat. Every time I have to read something, I lean in, and it becomes painfully apparent that I'm doing it when I have the camera on. Okay, so Billy Majan is a woman, not a man. How did your colleague know that it was her husband?
Marie knows Billy. She's been working here longer than me. Sometimes her husband returns some books for her.
Okay, do you know the husband's name?
Sorry, no. Marie only knows him by sight.
Can she describe what he looks like then?
Marie! She said it was an older man, and that she's pretty sure he'd had a drink or two the last time she saw him.
Oh. Funny how every time I ask anyone anything in this, the person that they describe, I'm like, it kind of sounds like the character I'm playing. Probably deliberately, but in a way that's kind of hard to ignore at this point.
1 second.
Maybe I'm just playing like a rampant egotist. It's my conceptualization, because the higher that goes, the more egocentric I feel like a brain would descend. Or rather, the deeper the level of egocentricity that brain would descend to. I don't know what the better way to word that would be. I also don't know how I hit my Windows key just now, but that's all good. Sorry, I was consulting my skills.
Sorry, Marie wasn't really paying any attention to that?
Oh yeah, sorry, me neither. Like, at least we agree. Thank you, that's all from me. We have no other questions.
Happy we could help. Goodbye, officer.
Okay. The librarian hangs up and Nicole gets redirected back to the station with a soft click.
Anything else you need from me?
I think I'm done with the radio for now. Thank you, Alice.
57th, over and out.
In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers.
I sure do. Okay. Let's speak to Mr. Fuckwald. In fact, I should probably save. Since we've made a little bit of progress. Just
One
a crumb.
brutal motor carriage.
Says the young man. Oh, good grief. I won't even know how to tackle this. Says the young man with piss F word written on his back.
If I were a real skull now, I'd jack it, paint it in palm tree livery, then bottom light it, neon style.
His companion was a simple yet elegant slogan. Fuck the world.
A snazzy shit-ripped skullmobile like this would make a fine trophy. We could, like, hang fucking shrunken heads from the side mirrors. Cops' heads. Scary tribal shit.
Yeah, tribal shit. A cop carriage like this would have proper skull value.
I don't think I've had this accent come across this place yet. I don't know anything about down south. I dare place this man somewhere near London.
While I appreciate the interest you take in my brutal motor carriage, I have to stop you right there. The RCM takes threats directed at its property seriously.
It's just theoretical work, Copper. No basis in reality. Man, if we were certified skulls right now...
It's so funny that they want to be skulls. Round here, skull is slang for, like, someone who's just, like, heavy, I guess. Not heavy, like, hard. I can't describe it without using other slang. A skull is like a grok. A skull is hard. A skull is hench. A skull is beefing. I don't know. You wouldn't mess with a skull. So it's funny to hear them all talking about it, but I'm annoyed I haven't had Kuno say it. Because it doesn't sound right. In any of these other accents. God, I need to get rid of a pop screen. I've been meaning for ages to just get some sponge. Because this thing, it's like, it invalidates even having the camera on. Because it's like my whole face, you know? I mean, it's supposedly, allegedly, International Trans Day of Visibility. I was like, fuck it, I'll put my camera on, why not? But then I'm hiding behind a pop screen purely for the sake of killing the plosives. But it's... the optics are a bit strange and quite literally obfuscated. Who are you?
I can tell you who we're not, cop. We're not snitches or skulls.
Well, you literally has it written on your jacket.
Which is not to say that the skulls are bitches and... On the contrary.
The part of this presentation you want to take home with you, cop man, is we're not part of the skulls yet.
So, do you guys know Cindy the Skull?
Oh yeah, Cindy's a right proper skull.
A right proper skull. He said that in a right proper accent and all. That sounded quite strange. Cindy's a right proper skull.
Yeah, a true artist of the future. Just like Arno van Eyck.
Do you happen to have any Arno van Eyck tapes? I know I'm already seeking to jazz up one of his pieces, but maybe the mashup could include another of his pieces. I don't know.
By the way, if you see Cindy, give her our regards.
I don't think she's gonna be particularly happy to receive those regards, especially not from me. That's a particularly rude woman, that Cindy. Not very happy to speak to me, any of our previous conversations, at least. Previous? Okay. I guess we're going with previous.
The lieutenant on your left is unusually lenient toward them.
Also, mad shoutouts to me for avoiding, for this entire playthrough, saying lieutenant even once, even though it's the way I say the word. Because I just don't want to be out of step with the other people in the game who are saying it back to me, you know? He's calling himself Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi. Who am I to disagree? I also have never understood the British English pronunciation of lieutenant. So I don't really know why I'm committed to it. I see you kids are into hypnotic dance music.
Oh man, yeah. We're not fucking kids, man.
I should fucking hope not.
Be wary of the abyss.
His blonde friend adds ominously and points to his temple. Wonder if he learned that from watching me. Love pointing to my own face. Why?
It's a threat. An impotent threat of violence.
A threat? Good, I like those.
But I don't. In fact, I dislike them so much I'm willing to drag you boys back to the station just to calm myself down.
Oh shit. He's getting worked up.
Hey, there's no need for that. We're just talking here. Joking too. Stay light, man.
Yeah. Didn't you cops, like, have some questions about skulls or some shit?
I guess. Your rhetoric's pretty confusing though. Like, are you a part of the skulls or not?
We're not franchise skulls. Well, not yet. Once we get our name out there, we'll have a chance to join them.
He wants to participate in the Skulls franchise. How cute. And what makes you think that the organization would accept you?
Because we can be just as psycho and vicious. You'll see.
Psychopathy and viciousness don't necessarily go hand in hand with organization. I mean, I guess that's just, to some extent, going down a fascist road there, so I suppose they literally do in some very, very aggressively well-defined ways, but that's not what these guys are about. Look, he's got fuckworld written on his back. Come on.
But in a non-threatening and definitely legal way.
The other one quickly adds and whispers something to his friend.
We'll fuck the system from the inside later. Just be cool now. The damage will be tenfold.
Okay.
Right on, fuck. So what's happening now?
So, this guy's forename is Fuck then. These are just these guys' names. Like, they're just walking around town like, you know what, fuck, I could go for a drink. That's quite the shout, piss. I love that. Bless these dudes. Why aren't there more skulls in Martinez?
The Union does their share of policing in Martinez, at least where gangs are concerned. That's why there isn't much organized crime around here.
Don't you worry about that. we're gonna make up for the deficit.
Yeah, we are.
Have you not been threatened with arrest by Kitsuragi already? You really need to worsen the situation. Enough about this scullery then.
Mm-hmm.
He throws a longing glance at the Kinema. Having said enough about this scullery, who are the skulls?
You don't know? What kind of cop are you?
I'm so glad you asked.
The question was rhetorical. The Skulls are the most vicious gang of the Besmertne.
Excuse me, Mr. Piss. I believe the emphasis in that sentence was intended to lie on the. Can we run that back? I think he was supposed to say, the Skulls are the most vicious gang of the... And then that other word that I'm not going to try and say because I don't know how.
The nastiest bunch of psychos ever. Jacking carriages and getting into high-speed chases.
Possessing an infinite amount of fuck-all swagger, infamous for their non-verbal modus operandi.
Non-verbal?
If a skull spots you, he will pull out his dagger and stab you without saying a word.
Oh.
The lieutenant's voice is as calm as usual, a testament to the violence and death he's witnessed through the sight of his firearm.
They usually occupy the burnt-out quarter in Jamrock, or you can find them loitering around their brightly painted bottom-lighted vehicles.
Kitsuragi needs some of that. He needs some of those fancy, like, neons on the undercarriage of his Kinema. Yeah, and he needs to make it like, we could lower this thing. We could drop that down a bit, Kim. Come on.
I can't wait to become a skull. Bottom lights are wretched aggressive.
And some spinners?
No, they really aren't. It's porno tuning. Say no to the porno.
He just doesn't, he's not with the culture. He doesn't understand cars. He loves them, but he doesn't understand that they are inherently 100% improved at least when they bounce up and down. Do you know anything about the murder that took place here? Oh wait, no, actually, what's with the jackets?
What about them?
Why does your jacket have piss F word written on it?
Well, first off, it's a statement and not necessarily something that characterizes me as a person, even though the statement has character. And I do like piss.
Ah, it's the good life. This is Horatio Stringer, commonly found, I think it's called the 1977, playing his violin.
The word piss epitomizes the struggle taking place in the world. Things being defined as they seem, not as they are. And, I guess, it's also about communal spirit, the future, and truly appreciating our differences.
Mm-hmm.
Also, you've got to admit, it catches the eye. And since the Grand Piper is slowly but steadily moving towards basing the economy on it, attention, it is imperative that the medium itself convey the message.
What?
What I mean by this is, we are all piss and that the world is inherently meaningless.
Mm-hmm. And why do you have fuck the world written on yours?
Like I said before, many men keep searching for the one.
Neil Matrix.
For so-called true love, which is actually just obsession masquerading as kinship. The thrill of the chase. The hollowness that fills your chest cavity after catching it. To catch a fish, you'll need to hurl the lure many times, and even then it isn't certain that you'll get anything. If you blow up the lake, though...
Blow it up.
You get more fish in a shorter time. And, for time is of the essence and fleeting ever so quickly, one must think of a way to fuck the whole world and not get caught up in fucking someone.
Yeah, I hear you. I listen to Kendrick Lamar. I know backseat freestyle. Pray my dick get big as the Eiffel Tower so I can fuck the world for 72 hours. I feel you.
Because when one fucks everything, he fucks nothing. And that, to me, feels glorious. Sticking your dick into the void.
I feel like there'd be a maddening lack of friction involved.
Is it a coincidence that here we have 2 badass jackets and 2 badass cops?
That's a success check from you? Okay. Hey, Kim.
Yes?
Do you think it's a coincidence?
What is?
That there are 2 of us and there are 2 of these jackets.
What are you implying?
You know what I'm implying.
No, I don't. What are you implying?
Are you more of a... I'm just gonna say piss fist. Are you more of a piss fist or a fuck the world kind of guy?
Neither.
Come on, Kim, it's just a mental exercise.
Fine, if only to end this discussion. Theoretically, if I were a juvenile delinquent, if I were to already be down that path, I think piss is the stronger of the two statements.
That works. I feel like more of a fuck the world kind of guy.
Seems about right, especially considering your heroic exit attempts.
That's an origin story for a dynamic duo right there.
I agree.
So are we done here? Or you don't need us around for your secret whisper party, do you?
Ooh, I don't like seeing a red chick. Oh, but I have a good chance of it. I'll pursue the other options first, but do you know anything about the murder that took place here?
Murder?
A man was hanged in the backyard of the Welling in rags.
Yeah, sure. We'll gladly tell you everything we know about it. It was a man.
Also, he was hanged.
Don't fuck around. I am the law.
He was hanged from a tree.
Yeah, I mean, duh.
These punks don't know anything. Let's just move along.
Hey, stop right there. How does one know anything?
Stop!
What does that mean?
Fucking philosophy, man. You can do aggressive shit with philosophy. Justify shit.
Yeah, you can attempt to convince yourself of things, but then you have to try and cling on to those things of which you've convinced yourself, lest you descend into the guilt that you quite possibly deserve for whatever it is you're attempting to avoid personal responsibility. Half-Life Legendary 14. Ask for the jackets for yourself and the lieutenant.
No,
Yes.
no. Don't ask anything. Be subtle and scary.
Shit.
The boys dream about being skulls. Use that.
Wait, how?
Suggest they're massive skulls. Come on.
But that doesn't help. Because now I feel like I'm making it sound like they should definitely keep them on. Half-Light's 2 steps ahead of me here. I'll catch up. Boys with those jackets, you're gonna be the Skull Kings in no time.
What? No. Skulls don't have kings. I think. And we're not even in yet.
Yeah, man, keep your voice down. Skulls don't take it lightly when folks pretend to be them. We're not even prospects yet.
Not even prospects and already aspiring to be kings.
Wow, you boys are ambitious. Only prospects and already planning a coup in the skulls. You're destined to go far.
He gets it. Passive-aggressive flattery.
Shut the fuck up. Are you trying to get us killed?
God, that was such a good line read on Shut the Fuck Up.
Now bring it to the jackets and, yes, start shouting.
Yes, we want to be cool killer skulls too, like you guys, but we don't have skull jackets.
Please be quiet. What? What do you want? The jackets?
Skull King, make shrunken heads out of us.
Fuck you, man. Take them then.
He looks around the plaza. People are noticing him now. Wait, which do we do? You offer us your jackets like that? It'd be impolite to refuse. Maybe I lower my voice and say yes, the jackets. I don't want to fuck up these jackets. I want to have them. They're both so good. Do I keep yelling? The jackets.
Oh, man. Okay. I get it. Skulls don't really wear slogans anyway. This was stupid.
Fuck.
I got both of them.
The lieutenant watches the boys take their jackets off with mild amusement.
Okay, or do I get both of them? I don't see Kim wearing one of these, but it seems like I gotta pick one. But we did have a deal. Since you said you're more of a piss fist kind of guy, I'll take the other one.
I'm absolutely okay with not having either one, thank you.
But why not? They're a pair. We could really raise hell, go undercover hard.
This case doesn't require us to go undercover
Yet.
or raise hell. In fact, I don't think the jackets will be useful at all. I just wanted them to not have them anymore.
That's just fucked up.
Cold-hearted cop.
Yeah, I mean, come on, Kitsuragi, don't be like that. That's just mean. They weren't hurting anyone. Well, I'm taking them both.
Do. I'm fine with that.
The jackets are meant to complete each other. If a man was standing alone on a street corner with his written on his back, it'd just be an individual that has taken a liking to urine. And fuck the world all on its own is, frankly, generic.
I don't know, Eric. It's cold out.
The dark-haired young man just stands there, defeated. The wind blows.
Yeah, let's get out of here. The cops fucked us.
I just wanted new clothes. And I'll take them. Okay. +1 drama, no fucks given. -1 authority. Wait, I'm a detective? A leather jacket that has quite recently belonged to a young man who possessed some intimate knowledge on the human condition. It has the nom de guerre written on the back. Has his, rather. It's quite a statement. +1 half-light and -1 rhetoric. Okay. Darkening world and inelegant statement. A leather jacket that quite recently belonged to a hoodlum who understood love for what it really is. It has the hoodlum's nom de guerre written on the back. It's quite a statement. God, I hope I didn't just mispronounce that twice, but I'm confident that I did. However, I'm putting one of those on. I don't think that's stats that I want, but sensational.
You finally made it, haven't you? People point fingers at you and whisper to each other when you pass by, wondering to themselves, where did that man get such a cool jacket? Did he receive it upon graduating the École Normale Supérieure de Badasserie? Is he dangerous?
Damn right, I'm dangerous.
You are very dangerous, my friend. Dangerous and cool. In fact, no one dares to say a single thing about the jacket. But believe me, they are all very impressed.
Damn right. Hell yeah. It really just looks like it says fuck world. I love it. In fact, if you zoom out, it just says fuck oral. I don't even know what that would mean. I take it you guys don't have anything new to say. I think I only ever spoken to him once. So this dude's kind of racist, right? But he's just old and sick about it.
The purity of snow
Not
always
that it
reminds
absolves
me of
him,
the
but
purity of a man's soul, if he's got principles.
do Maybells mean anything to you, Renee?
I prefer the old name, Insulindian Lily. Girls brought them to young cadets when they entered service. Wearing them on your cap was supposed to bring good luck.
Hold on, is this a royalist military tradition?
It used to be. But the communards were fond of them too. Call them revolutionary flowers. Bells of the revolution.
Did they bring you good luck?
You know what? No. They brought me misery, false hope, and disappointment. The revolutionaries sullied them.
But it wasn't the revolutionaries that sullied the ID for you, was it? She gave them to me too, and your jealous little heart just couldn't accept it.
Ooh, shit.
Enough! I can go over these matters in detail with you, Gaston, but not while we have company. So, officers.
Maybells don't blossom yet, do they?
Maybe on some remote parts of the city they do. But I think you'll have to wait for at least a month.
These guys have such a weird relationship. They really tolerate each other, I just don't know why. But it's weirdly sweet, even though I do not like this man. The other one seems great. I saw the statue of Philippe III near the roundabout.
Ah, yes! King Philip III, on his steed. A reminder of what Revachol once was.
Oh, Absolutely. At the mercy of a cocaine-snorting tyrant who emptied the treasury so he could sleep on a bed of gold.
That just sounds uncomfortable.
A superpower, feared and respected. A testament to what this country can be under the leadership of a true king. Someone who knows how to rule.
And how should a true king rule?
Decisively, without fear of offending the sensibilities of the frail and weak-minded among his subjects. This is something the insurgents never understood.
I feel as though power has a responsibility to take care of weakness. But, you know, I guess that's an ideological point on which we differ. There you go. Seems to me a leader should take care of his people before himself.
A nation is only as strong as its leader. That's why it was such madness to try to...
Don't get started on that again. What happened, happened.
There is some weariness in his voice now. He's had this rant many times before.
The Carabiner doesn't reply, but his entire being communicates unbreakable resolve.
Let's talk about something else.
Right.
I'm not very composed. Oh, I meant to ask Bingus. I completely forgot because I was intending to yesterday, but then I barely streamed yesterday. Yeah, so, first of all, how did that go? Secondly, well done! Congratulations! I'm glad. So is that was connected to the interview from yesterday, I presume? Or is this something else as well? Because, I feel like there's been a few meetings recently with you, right? Maybe I'm misremembering, but congratulations! Did you get biscuits? That's the main... I guess that's not the main thing. But, it doesn't evade the realm of importance. Can I even put into... what was it? Composure it wanted? I only have 4. That's not great. If you'll allow me to just get changed in front of you quickly, sir, I must compose myself. Via my wardrobe. Is it... -1 composure from the boots? I mean, I should know that by now, but... I'd be so... Why is it -1 composure in them? Shoes too big to fill. Okay, fair enough, I suppose. Composure. Mitosis is... Mitosis... Where does that even come from? Mitosis is... I think that's a Sabrina the Teenage Witch reference from, like... Season 1? What the fuck? I must have been like 5. I don't know where that's come from. Now my brain's just full of funky song. Which is just very weird in this country to be a child. And it's like, why on Sabrina the Teenage Witch is everyone singing to shake your whammy fanny around? Because of course, to us kids here, that was vaginas. You don't... It's just kids on the TV talking about shaking their vaginas around in school. Turns out they're talking about asses, and apparently that is culturally distinct enough that it was no issue. But that funky song is catchy. Shake your whammy fanny, funky song, funky song. Shake your whammy fanny, funky song. I wouldn't have heard that in like over 15 years. It's just ingrained into my brain. That's how catchy that shit was. And also how plastic children's brains are, I suppose. I've been looking over the same things for ages. I'm just thinking about Salem the Damn Cat. I fell down a weird nostalgia hole. I'm trying to compose myself. The opposite is happening in real life, and it's rendering pure devastation upon my ability to affect it within the game. Hang on. I guess I'll just take speed. Why not? Oh yeah, because it's not great for my morale. At least equip it. And then not be allowed to use it anyway. If I check my other white checks, I might have some other yellow ones, which means if I get there fast enough, I can get some more mileage out of my speed. Punch clock payphone. Okay, where is that one? Huh. Andre's got a savoir-faire check, but I'm not very cool, unfortunately. However, I do have some found clothing, which might help. Map wall, Renee is where I currently am. And a cell, okay. We're going to go on a speedy yellow lap of the whole map. And do some white checks. And we're not going to scum any of them. We're just going to do it properly. Stayed up all night and no biscuits. See, that's heartbreaking. Lanyard on a book's good. Not biscuits, though. But I'm glad it went well, even after not being able to sleep. I just noticed how green my shoes actually are. I mean, in the picture they're very green, but even on my feet. Got the green Octobers on. I'm not losing any composure from any of this, am I? Because that would also be bad. I even have my composure jeans on. And an empty hat slot. I'm still so confused. My entire playthrough on the Switch, I've had like a Dick Mullen hat. I have no idea where it comes from. Feel like I haven't seen it once here. And sometimes, especially considering the slot's usually free, I could really use the boost to Encyclopedia. Oh well. Speed time. I just need to figure out how to take it. There we go. I have to find a pixel that works. There it is. Let's try this again.
Vigilance officer, what can this old carabiner do for you?
Roll my dice.
As Rennie turns from
Lovely
me
stuff.
to his partner and back, the medals on his chest rattle and glare. He keeps his spine straight and his ribcage lifted, displaying them proudly.
How many medals are there?
2. The larger one is shaped like a cross, while the smaller medal resembles the sun.
Look at the cross.
A crowned head in front of 2 crossed rifles. The medal hangs from a blue striped triangle.
Look at the sun.
A small blue star inside an orange sun. It has the word Valiance written below.
The medals. Did you get them for...
For bravery.
Oh my god. It's giving me some options here, huh? Jesus. For bravery?
For doing my duty in the heat of battle. For looking my mortality in the eye. When men like Gaston here hid in the bushes and shat themselves.
He saved some muddy princeling who foolishly strolled into the front line in his gown of velvet and gold.
He saved a princeling?
It was on the first months of the revolution here in Revachol. Unrest was spreading like wildfire. Marauders had taken most of the Couronne and were getting really ambitious. King Frisel thought he could end it all in one decisive strike. Sent his cousin, Drisson, to put an end to the unrest. Alas, the young Drisson was all piss and no vinegar, wearing a tunic of purple velvet and cockatiel feathers to battle. Even his rifle was gold-plated, shone from 5 clicks away. Can you imagine the asininity?
Yeah, it sounds like being invaded in Elden Ring, to be honest with you. She's like, what the fuck is that guy wearing? Oh, I'm dead. I see.
He really despises that Drissant fellow.
Thank you, reaction speed. That is a very useful observation.
Purple velvet tunic. That isn't exactly camo.
To keep the long and bloody story short, Drisson marched us against the partisans in Couronne. And when I say marched, I mean made us walk into captured enemy territory, single file, like toy soldiers, while he rode in front on his giant red stallion. The rebels were smart. They let us come real close before opening fire. Suffice to say, it was carnage.
Yeah, it must have been a bloodbath. Blood path? Ah, must have been a blood path.
I got shot in the left shoulder and went down. Just a flesh wound. But just as I turned over, the prince fell into the mud next to me. He was missing his lower jaw. Then his horse, driven mad by the noise and smell of gunpowder, Stepped on my leg and shattered my knee.
He pats his right thigh.
It's painful to even think about.
Then what did you do?
I grabbed my sidearm and shot the beast in the head. Then everything went black.
Capitaine Arnoux, le fléau des chevaux.
When I came to, it was all over. It was just me and Jolles Tresson, gurgling in the blood-soaked mud right next to me. The Dink had taken numerous flesh wounds and lost a lot of blood.
The Dink.
But despite missing his jaw, he seemed hesitant to die. Tougher than he looked, that one.
Yo, Sir Daniel Fortescue. That's no Dink. This would never happen to Johnny Lawjaw. My jaw is tight.
Right. So I grabbed the prick and started crawling. Kept going until the 59th Cavalry picked us up. Through some miracle, we both survived. And the jealous freak convinced Frissel to give me a medal for not leaving him to die in his own blood. Piece and shit.
Well, you certainly sound appreciative of it.
He was the commanding officer and I was on duty. Just doing my job. Shouldn't hand out medals for that. 13 months later, I received the Sun for distinguished service. It's not worth mentioning.
You sense he's downplaying it. He did a lot more than his duty. More than anyone's duty. It's in his spine, in his billowing breasts, and untarnished self-worth. Duty, medals, honor, chain of command. I like this guy. He's not a pansy. I don't like pansies.
Sounds like you're being a little bit modest, Rene.
The old carabinier stands quietly like a statue, his features motionless.
What Monseigneur Modesty is not telling you is that he crawled over 7 kilometers before the cavalrymen found him and Drison. 2 days later that was. And that even whilst crawling with a mangled half-dead prince on his back, he still managed to murder 3 rebels on his way.
Is that pride in his voice? It's deep down, but maybe even unbeknownst to the man himself, it's there.
Hold on, you're just a little bit proud of Rene's heroics, aren't you?
Sorry, officer, but you're reading me all wrong. I'm a man of peace, and these kinds of bloody heroics are only impressive to men like Rene himself. Certainly not to me.
He just called himself a man of piss? Maybe he'd wear the other jacket with me. Maybe we can get them both out here after all.
How did you find the story to be, officer?
I mean, if it's as represented, it's an impressive act of heroism. To save the dude's life. To put his own life at such risk. In such a protracted and arduous effort. To keep that guy alive. But, you know, the context of it, and the way that guy feels about it himself, I'm not in love with. Yeah. I don't know, I mean, it's quite impressive. I wish I could say it was impressive without saying it's men like Rene who made Revachol great once, but here we go.
Maybe, but also bear in mind, officer. They don't hand this out for anyone with a service record. Oh no, you have to get shot. Repeatedly. And you need to get your hands bloody too. Really, really bloody.
Do not speak of what you know nothing about, Poltroon. Duty is something you will never understand.
So that Sun medal he got, he maybe got for being like an awful piece of shit. Who knows? Why do you despise Dryson so much?
Because he was a goddamn dandy. Had no business leading men or even being on the battlefield. All he was related. That's it. Royal blood alone doesn't make army commanders. He was a stupid kid, only interested in horses, hairstyles, and man-loving. Pooh! And 782 Royal Carabiniers are dead because of his incompetence.
Okay, well thanks for the story, Rene.
Bah! There were many such stories in those days. Many such men, too. True Revacholians. Men with backbone.
Oh, yes, René, yes. Men were bigger, girls were prettier, and everyone wore the fascia. Lord, please, bring those days back, if you can.
I'm not getting into this with you again. Officer, was there anything else?
This guy's so good at growling. I love it.
You should try to come up with a heroic story of your own. Impress this old soldier.
Drama 1? That's not great. I'd love to try and pass this check. I'm curious to see how it fucks up too. A lot of the time failing a red check results in something funny that's kind of more entertaining than passing it would be, even if you profit from it less. Problem is, you know, we run a risk of morale damage, and I don't have a lot of volition. Consequently, not all that much morale to my name. But I could try and prepare for this check, presuming it will still be waiting for me once I've walked away and changed clothes ever so slightly into something a touch more dramatic. What have I got? I mean, that'll help to begin with. Mesh tank top? Wonderful. Well, the rest of my drama at, did I find a bow tie? Maybe I didn't find a bow tie. Huh. I wonder where the bow tie comes from. Oh. Ooh, nah. Because it replaces the kimono, right? Then again, I get the same bonus from it. I think different deficit, but the bonus... Where's it gone? There it is. Okay. Nah. Run it this way. Yeah, this is a good look. I don't know about my weird military gloves, but I don't have a better set. The only other gloves I have do less interfacing. So there's no reason not to wear them. But I wish I had like drama gloves. I don't even know what those would be. Weird gauntlets? Something? Nah, because fingerless is... I have fingerless gloves, they're my electrochemistry ones. Gasoline-stained fingerless gloves in navy blue. They've been worn threadbare, but being made of wool still provides some warmth and comfort. That's probably more useful than interfacing. For this. Oh, new thoughts, I forgot.
Hardcore aesthetic.
Oh.
Oh yes, drugs. We're talking about drugs. Let's face it, these flirtations with the hardcore aesthetic have all been leading up to one question. Can I do drugs harder now that I'm a hard cop? And the answer is yes. You can. You can do one more blast of Pyrrolidon and yellow shit powder. You can even pull a ciggy and a lager on top of that. There, you've truly made the hardcore your own thing now.
There you go. I forgot that I was researching drugs within my own mind. +1 endurance. Really useful for doing drugs. +1 volition. Same thing, hard man. Actually really helpful. Considering I was just worried about losing morale on account of my low volition. Ah, but it's full again now. But yes, homosexual underground. How far out are we? 4 hours, 37 minutes. Cannot wait for this one. White Morning I need too. Shit. I really do need this one. Oh, that one. Okay, I've got 2 in progress. Damn. I be thinking today. The hell?
It's clear you like the hard stuff, Brota.
What's this now? The what? It sounds like my stomach is growling.
Evening falls. The time has come to take the vow.
Vow?
The vows are blood and flesh.
What is my lower intestine going on about?
Lower intestine? The term is metabolic and circulatory system.
Okay, but what's the hard stuff?
Fascism, Brota.
Oh, this is from speaking to that guy, huh? Damn, I gotta keep company. What is fascism, though?
Many things, but it's mostly about trusting your gut. Who does your gut tell you is the source of Revachel's problems?
Is it just throwing umlauts on O's? Jesus Christ. Alright, I thought you were my circulatory system.
Quit stalling, Bruta. We're talking about the weakest, worst, most insane thing. The weak link.
Financiers?
Yes, them. But also, Wormen.
Wormen.
Wormen. Men of Wur. You don't like them. They're insane. Their idiocy needs to be scrubbed off this world with rubbing alcohol. Woo men need to go back to the fucking kitchen.
Okay. I don't know what this is necessarily related to, based on what we just talked about. Where's this coming from?
That's what fascism boils down to. The rest is also important. But the main thing is that women need to know their place.
Am I having some kind of stomach seizure?
Stomach truth. You're having a stomach truth.
Why am I getting this?
Because you've said the hard things that others won't say. The good things, you've said them many times.
I don't think... Have I? Have I? Communist, 19. Fascist, 4. Alright. Fascism sounds so bad, though. What if we called it something else, like traditionalism? No, that's worse. I've made up my mind about fascism.
You're going to keep your views, right? Keep your views, Brota.
Now you're just making it sound like vuvuzelas. I mean, I tend to just opt into all the thoughts because I don't actually have to follow them. But it would be performatively enjoyable to say no. But I want to at least read the description, I guess. You know, I'm not going to lock myself out of content, even if I have no intention of pursuing it. However, maybe if I opt out, maybe just having this in my brain, even if I don't commit it to the thought cabinet, will affect some later dialogue. I don't know. I'm going to opt in, but I don't want to. We will not be researching it.
For the nation, smart. Best not to mention the women too often. That's why you're the head and I am the stomach.
No, fascism is about industry and politics and nationhood, not women. I'm absolutely okay with women.
Of course you are, Bruta. Of course.
A wink-shaped growl sounds from your ass. That is a hell of a sentence. Oh my god. Pat your stomach. Finish thought. What the fuck? I really didn't think I'd pursued enough fascist dialogue to entertain it as like an ideology. They've fucked this place. Revachol is in ruins. Oh my god. The, I think, entirely fictional racial slurs with... they've fucked it. RNU's liberals and Vespertine moneylenders too. They're all socialists, especially the... I'm just... I don't think my guy's this hateful. I mean, he clearly is capable of it. Something in us going on that's not great. I'm not gonna think about fascism for 9 hours, 10 minutes. Come on. Especially when it carries a penalty to my composure, which is already kind of not doing too well. Oh, I forgot I just took speed. I spoke to that guy for so long the speed probably wore off. That's frustrating. Okay. You have only a vague idea what this means, but it's clear that a good strong state must be erected upon the ruins, if any of us are to have a future. The shadowy outlines of this state start forming every time you close your eyes. No, they don't. Not in this lifetime. You know, part of the intention with doing 2 different save files of this game was that the second one, namely this one, the stream one, though I have to say again, this has gone further than my Switch playthrough. But part of the point of having 2 files was to do the things I don't do on the first file, on the second file. Some of them, though, I just don't want to do anyway. Just doesn't seem like the right thing. Okay, did I have a yellow-white check over here? First of all, is my speed still working? It is indeed. Okay. Map me. So map wall, I think that's in the doomed commercial area, which I should probably actually revisit. Since the weird, whatever the fuck happened in the church last time. There was a big commotion, and then something that may or may not have been some kind of supernatural, devastating force escaped. There was some dialogue connecting it to the doomed commercial area, and generally speaking, it seemed in line with the rhetoric that Plaisance was kicking out. So we might have opened up some dialogue pertaining to that over there. But while the speed's still going, what we should be doing is hitting up the punch clock payphone, which I think is on the way to Everett, if memory serves. I think that's my muscle memory one, which with my metal gloves might somehow actually work better, because even though it literally involves just disconnecting my brain and letting my hands put in a number that I don't consciously remember, somehow having giant metal gauntlets on is going to make that more possible. So, let's not question that, let's just do it. Outside of that, if I do need to put my composure up, that opens up 2 of these white checks. So I should maybe prioritize those. Do I have any closed composures? I do not. Okay, never mind then. Interfacing it is. Or a cell. Why do I need reaction speed? I'm trying to remember what some of these actually are. And what was the hawthorn tree? 2. Is that the one that's off this way? Just out of bounds. That's an interfacing one. Okay, well that's... I think I'm very near there. Let's take a look. I was trying to find this tree recently on my Switch. And it's not interactable on my Switch playthrough. It just doesn't exist. I swear, even if the tree is here, it is not interactable, and I don't know why. It's been confusing me. I spent a while yesterday being like, I'm sure this tree does stuff on my stream playthrough, and it does. I don't know why it's different.
Tape flutter.
The multi-tool is truly multi. I thought this one was unlocked. I'm sure this one was in the unlocked section. Oh, no. Oh, okay. It's just because I highlighted over it and that kind of makes it go the same color. I see. I see. That would have been mighty convenient. However, if I do feel like sparing a point and putting it into interfacing. Inter-interfacing. Oh, you know what I actually should do? Sorry, I appreciate I'm not breaking down this chain of thought in the most elegant way, but we're going to go and do the remaining interfacing ones. If they don't work, I'm going to put a point into interfacing because that also reopens up the hawthorn tree. Why not? So map wall is nearish by. Payphone, bit farther away. We'll start with map wall. Because that's just up by the door to the whirling, but across the street. Unless I'm mistaking what the map wall is. But I think it's where they were working on the Wirral game. Which I could also buy at some point. I just remembered Plaisance is selling that, and it probably has a die in it. So even if the dice maker can't make me any more, I might be able to get more dice. Problem is, I still just am none the wiser as to what they actually do. I know they, or at least the ones I have, seem to have reopened some white checks. But trying to discern any rhyme or reason in the ones that they reopen has been an absolute non-starter for me. Anyway, just running around, booming out my tunes into this abandoned building. Real police work, at long last. Talking to the right person can open up a closed white check. Also good advice. What was this container? I don't remember this. Huh. Wait, someone's been through here and put more money in? Unless I did miss it, but I don't think so. Is that a map?
Your flashlight slides over an old green chalkboard covered in scribbles, sketches, and schemes like some ancient cave mural. Some of the writing has faded with age, but you can still make out sections here and there.
Well, that's not what I needed. Map wall. That looks like a map wall, kind of. Maybe.
This old fireplace is covered in lines drawn in blue and red marker. Radio frequencies, it seems. UKV 123 points unclear. It looks like a cardiovascular system split into veins and capillaries. Very advanced.
Huh. Okay, so I remember doing this. I don't know if this is what the map wall thing is. So we're dealing with something medical here.
You think so? The web is comprised of
I mean,
radio
I know
stations,
better, but...
all lead back to one red heart, titled The Game Master Frequency. A note says, this one can listen in on any station it wants. Looks like a surveillance program. They must have had massive airwidth. These things don't come cheap.
Wait, who's the game master?
Someone very important.
Mm-hmm.
The leader of a massive on-air game built by these people.
Okay, and then we've been through these other
Whoever
dialogues.
decides to call in to a call-in station, a list of names under the stations suggests people across 6 Isolas would be playing. There's no way a little basement studio working here could pull anything like this off.
My God. It's as if the less money they had, the more ambitious their project became.
Why do you say that?
The schedule. I know doom when I see it.
Nothing. It's just lines on marble.
Well, that was not the map wall. What was the map wall then? Huh. Show me. Oh no, now my speed will have worn off. I spent way too long looking at that. Ah, it's still going. I don't know how long it's meant to last, but it's still in there just. Map wall. I wish map was just its own tab. I hate it being nested in the journal so much. I don't know why, but it makes me terrible at navigating to it every time. It's like 4 erroneous clicks before I realize what I'm trying to do. Map wall. Map wall. Map wall. I mean, it looks like it's in this building. Or on this building, at least, but I don't think there's an interactable bit on the outside. Other than the intercom. Which I don't see being described as a map wall in any meaningful way. Maybe it's up by the dice maker? Oh, I left a postcard here? How? La Delta 51. Oh no, it's just respawned. That's a kind of strange behavior that I've noticed this game has in some places, huh? My identical scarves would like to have a chat.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die?
Apparently you can't make any more. I'm looking for a map wall, to be honest with you. But I guess more questions about the building, just in case.
I'm listening.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything new.
Good. I hope it clarified things a bit. What else?
I don't know. I don't know why I thought she could maybe direct me to a map wall. Guess I'll just go through all the other rooms. I don't remember the other side of this. I've been coming in from this Miyazaki shortcut the entire time. The first time through, I did come through this gym. Oh, map wall in Plaissance's shop, maybe? Where I bought the map of Martinez from. I didn't know that counted as a wall. I thought it was just like some maps, but I'll check. Oh god, a child's still outside.
Several maps have been attached to a bulletin board hidden inside the alcove.
Okay.
They're held up by small pins. The board has come loose from one corner.
Why am I so cold? The sun's out and everything. It is windy. It's definitely windy, but ooh, it's chilly.
The maps look old and faded. Your eye catches a map of Insulinda, a map of Revachol, and a map of Martinez.
Wow, I clearly just... When I started this playthrough, I clearly carved some kind of a path of, hey, I want this item, this item, this item, just to get me started, and ignored all the other stuff. Kind of awkward. Because I don't know where I will have left all these bits and pieces to pick up. But that's nice, because it gives us a reason to revisit areas, I suppose. Look at the map of Insulinda.
This large map displays archipelagos. You see a constellation of small dots on the light blue emptiness of the Insulindic Ocean. The largest in the northeast is La Caillou. You are here. Another far away in the southwest, Seminese Islands, Ile de Fantôme.
What else?
Ozon, Laurentide, Fas a la Mer, Archipelagos, North Arcade Islands, all just specks of dust on the vastness of the Insulindic. On the edges of the map, the color fades into a blur of dotted lines, black and white.
At some point, I gotta feel like Plaisance is gonna be like, "Sir, could you please turn off that incessant boombox music?"
In the northeast, a dust mite stands on the north coast of Caillou, in a bookstore. It's you.
Thank you, Inland Empire. I am here. Maybe Inland Empire is just coming through with a little bit of the cognitive behavioral therapy grounding.
Radiating outwards from you, the suzerain Revachol. With a radius of 80 kilometers, still, the crown jewel of this Isola would be barely visible.
Squint fast. Can you see cities on the islands?
You can, on Caillou, Revachol, a single black star, on Ozon, Fondelier, and Vilmandu, on archipelagos, Croyan Moran, Villiers, on Seminine, Olduvai, and on Laurentide, Deora of the Seven Seas.
Look at the edges.
The ocean breaks apart into a tangle of cosines and azimuths, all pointing into pale nothingness. Windy is the north azimuth. Grad is the northeast azimuth. Samara is the east azimuth. Seol is the west azimuth. Isolas, they're called. Connections to other worlds. Words past the Insulindian, unknown to you. You only know you've never been there. 850 million people live on these tiny dots. An oceanic world of culture and commerce, torn apart by history.
This is such like a well-considered, broadly realized background universe. I don't know the ins and outs of how it functions, and there's definitely some kind of, I don't want to say magical realism happening. It's a universe that operates on its own rules, and it's kind of keeping some of its cards to itself with regards to how that functions. And I love that so much. But I do wonder if they consider doing anything other than just this game with all of that background information they have, because there's so much of it. They seem to have such a richly considered fiction. And obviously, all over the place, there are, like, presumably very direct parallels to real things from history. I don't know if by the time the game's ended, it's going to thread in with reality as we know it outside of the game, or if it is... I have no idea where it's going, basically. All I know is there is so much more with the information they have that they could make games or bits of fiction or just do things with artistically that I don't think this game tries to do. Basically, it just seems like a huge universe. I'm not a big fan of a bunch of different properties being released within like one expanded universe, but I think that's basically because the expanded or cinematic universes that seems to happen with on a high profile level don't really appeal to me all that much. But you do it with something like this or Dishonored or some of the stuff that I just happen to be into, I think I could really get down with it, as long as it's not like disingenuous and primarily just chasing some kind of financial injection from the player base. Look at the map of Revachol.
The north coast of a verdant island is shattered by the delta of a river. It is the River Esperance. Countless bridges put the shards back together, connecting city blocks to river islands, La Delta says a great artificial heart in the center, teeming with life forms and construction. To the east, rolling hillsides, Le Jardin, Stella Marie, the suburbs of Saint-Baptiste, swallowed up into the megacity. They sound rich to you. This is Revachol East.
Is this a great use of my amphetamines, though? They must have worn off by now. And west of the river?
Hudon. It's somewhere to live. It's not bad. Then there's Jamrock. It's bad. People shouldn't live there, but they do. Then Forberg. It's almost as bad, and much larger. Then Coal City. It's the worst.
And Martinez?
It's so small you can't even see it on the map. No, wait. There it is, north of Jamrock, the strip of coast next to the Greater Revachol Industrial Harbor. It looks downright despondent. It's almost Coal City, to be honest. No, Coal City is worse. A charred limb. Rain falls on its slick black streets. And then there's the burnt-out quarter in the heart of Jamrock. Is it cold in this bookstore? Or is it just you? No, this is somewhere to be. This is all you have. But it's still something. Streets and sodium lights, the sky, the world. You're still alive.
This is all good stuff, but none of it is a white check. Maybe it's in the buy menu? Okay, I'm still speeding. Can I buy these maps?
I'm sorry, officer. The map of Martinez is the only one available. The other two are not for sale anymore. And besides, you could scarcely afford them. They're quite valuable, though they might not look it. The map of Martinez is 90 cents, though.
Why is it so cheap?
That old thing. It's an out-of-date map of a tourist location that never was nor came to be. From when some design studio people tried to spruce the place up. They didn't get that far, for some reason.
Where's my white check?
I'm sorry, officer. They're quite valuable.
You seem to underestimate my resources, but you're okay.
Yes, yes. Are you interested or not?
No. No, I'm not interested. What do you mean? Map wall, interfacing, challenging. What the hell? Is this like... Was there maybe a chance to shoplift the map? Surely there wouldn't be, because it was very cheap. But I can't figure out why else it'd say there's a white check when there doesn't seem to be.
Faded. Your eye catches a map of Insulinda, a map of Revachol, and a map of Martinez.
Like, I went through the first two just now, right? Or did I only go all the way through one? Was it just very extensive? Because I'm really wasting light here. I'm wasting light and amphetamine high.
Several maps have been the maps look old and faded. The north coast of a verdant island is shattered by the delta of a river.
Yeah.
It is to the east. Hudon.
Okay.
It's so no.
Where's my white check? I had this whole sequence of events built into my brain that involved going around the white checks for the various motoric skills. But now I just feel lied to. Alright, well... Fuck the map wall, I guess. Because I just went through every possible bit of text that it had for me. And at no point was I presented with the white check that my journal alleges exists. So, I guess, next step is the payphone. Because I'm on my interfacing life. Even if the game is going to give me pretend interfacing checks. So I really can't get you inside, huh?
Every snowflake is like a little gift from the sky.
Oh, it's a composure, huh? I don't see myself putting points into that. Considering I only have 3 skill points, and I may have to reshuffle my thought cabinet again soon. Ah, well. Time to go up Everart's way. Not all the way there. But most. Even if the amphetamines wear off with the passage of time. Wait, what the fuck? That's interactable? What is that? There's just hypnogamma in the wall. What the hell? I've never even had this on either file. Because it just heals way too much to be useful. Like, I never sustained that much morale damage. Where is it? Hypnogamma. What does it look like? What does it look like? It's a tool, right? Huh. Was my hypnogamma? Where is my hypnogamma? What the hell? Did it go in my hand? No. I guess it just doesn't go in an inventory tab because you use it via an actual button on the screen, but I just want to read the description. Maybe I'm just looking right through it like the damn Mad World. Wouldn't surprise me. Time to see if my magic military metal gloves can remind me of somebody's phone number. Oh, I can do better than this, possibly. Possibly. Have anything interfacey besides stuff I wear in my hands? Any interfacing shoes, maybe? Kinda wouldn't make sense. But I still feel as though I should look. Because if I can avoid the temptation of putting a point into interfacing to reopen some of these checks, it makes my life easier. Let's just try. Was it here or was it here? I think it was here.
The already familiar cold touch of plastic welcomes you as you pick up the handset.
Amber dye with a mosquito +1. Okay, so they do that too. They don't just reopen white checks, they affect your chances of them. Why would the amber dye do this one? This is a yellow check. Maybe they are color coordinated to some extent. Really, really difficult to actually piece together what the dice are doing. But yeah, let your muscle memory dial a random number with your giant metal hand.
Your fingers run over the dial pad. 005. That's the dialing code for Revachol. 4952. And a moment of hesitation before entering the final numbers. 993. Calling. Calling. Still calling. Then.
Video Revachol, 24-hour video rental. We rent 8 and 10mm film for home use. This is Lemmy. How may I help you?
Freaking Lemmy. Thought that guy died.
The voice of a youngster on the other end sounds as enthusiastic as that of a man walking towards the gallows.
What is this place? I mean, I don't know why I'm asking, because you just said it's Video Revachol and you do 24-hour video rental, but...
Video Revachol is a 24-hour video rental. We rent 8 and 10mm film for home use. This is Lemmy.
No, I meant, what is this place to me?
Sir, I don't know. It's a video rental. Maybe you rent videos here.
Do you know me?
No.
Why did I call you?
Maybe you called to extend your rental period? Do you need to extend your rental period?
My name is Harriet Dubois. Do you have anything on my name?
Let me fire up the machine. Dubois. Dubois. Here we are. You haven't rented anything in 5 years, but you still have a copy of Blue Ocean Hell from November 46. Whoa, not a fun film, that one.
What kind of film is that?
It's not an easy watch. After the death of his daughter and subsequent divorce, Ziemsk immigrant Egidius Wojcik tries to come to terms with the onset of dementia.
Oh, Christ.
No wonder no one's been missing it. Still, it would be great if you could return it to us. We're on the corner of Voyager and Maine.
I shouldn't necessarily read anything into that. I hope my character doesn't have, like, a dead child. I feel like there would have been more vestigial memories poking through of that. But not all of them, a lot of the works of fiction within this fictional world seem to very consciously, in ways that it wants you to notice, parallel your character's situation, right? So,
on the corner of Voyager and Maine, a large neon sign hangs on the side of a building. Video Revachol, 24 hours. It's raining and there is almost no traffic on the street. A woman's footprints in the mud lead away from the front door. Tiny heels tiptoeing down the road. Beautiful steps, light-footed with a lifetime ahead of them. You look up and the air seems to grow darker. The call is terminated by the other party. You're left with the discomforting sound of the disconnect tone.
Well, there you go.
The file cabinet stands steady as ever, and the unlocked drawer slides out to greet you.
Locked volition check? What the hell?
The drawer slides shut smoothly.
I don't even know what would be in there. I can't remember what this is. Is there some kind of file relating to me, maybe? Surely it can't tell me anything I don't already know by now. But maybe it could do. Got my name, my stats, my kill count, my case count. My career's old enough to order itself a drink. Like, what could it possibly tell me? So I'm to go to Billy Majon's apartment to deliver the bad news. Apartment 20. Still not sure if that's the same room as the smoker on the balcony and his Sunday friend. But I'm at least informed that it's the same apartment complex, which I did already know, but it's nice to have the confirmation. The last trap was empty. Return to Morale and the whirling in rags with the news. Okay, I'm glad I've done all those. I didn't realize I'd done all the traps. Still no tape, unless he does want the smallest charge, but I'm torn, because I would like to engage with the karaoke. That's one of the ones where me having two different playthroughs is me committing to karaoke on my Switch playthrough, and on this one I'm like, maybe if it needs the same tape, I'll give it to someone else, you know, give it to Egghead, but not fully sure that that's what's happening yet, and I might even have offered him the tape and he was like, I don't want that, because I kind of have a memory of that happening on one of these streams, like 2 or 3 ago. I'll have to see. But, okay, we've done one of the interfacing checks. One of them alleged to be an interfacing check, but doesn't seem to exist. I will say, I've noticed on the Switch, and so presumably it extends to this version, sometimes there will be stuff in the journal that alleges to be accessible that no longer exists, or has been resolved, or sometimes is even attached to characters who are no longer around, which, in that case, I don't mind them still being there. It's kind of like a reminder, to some extent, of what's happened. And maybe the death was preventable, or whatever, and in that case it's like, yeah, it's a reminder of that. Sort of reminiscent of Pathologic 2 for me, in that sense. If it's hammering home me having let someone down. But this game's tonally, generally speaking, less consistently dark than that, so I guess it doesn't track quite as ludonarratively euphorically as it does in the Pathologic 2. And maybe comes across a tiny bit more like, yeah, the UI's glitching out. But that's all good. So I'm gonna quickly be right back. I'll do my Waterworld music. I gotta sort out more significant BRB shit, because I'm taking more of them, which is a good thing. I definitely should be moving around more if I'm gonna be streaming for hours, but at the same time, you know, you just get the same weird old set of pictures from years ago that I haven't even looked through since I dropped them in a folder. And pretty much just the same SNES Waterworld music. Anyway, one sec. Stop! You violated the law, then start again immediately. Despite having violated the law. So. I hate that it does that meh noise, that transition, when it goes whoop, and then it like rattles on the way down. I don't know why it did that. There was nothing in the timeline representing any noise, but somehow exporting it multiple times with different tweaks to the settings and stuff. It still just wants to rattle when it swooses away. WebM is strange. Adobe Premiere is strange. It's all good. I am oddly fond of the noise now. It's kind of ingrained into my head, but such a weird accidental electrical noise. Like, it feels more like it's to do with electricity than anything specifically digital or wave for me. No idea where it came from. Let's just view it as haunted. The haunted transition. So, a cell reaction speed legendary. I'm currently still on my interface life. But I was excited to have a few interfacing checks, because it meant if I failed any, I wouldn't feel too apprehensive about putting a point into it to reopen them, which would allow me to do whatever the Hawthorne Trees thing was. And I'm still confused about that, because, I'm sure this just doesn't exist on my Switch. Doing my head in. I'm sorry, I'm gonna check. I'll be back in 1 sec. I have to know, and I can just look, is the thing. It'd take like a second. Okay, so, unfortunately, I had to go and get this from the other room, and my cat was in there, and he woke up, so he's probably going to come scratch and ask me for something soon, but, I have to know, hang on. So, shit, I forgot. So, I was like, I'll just run across and check on the Switch. No, on the Switch, I am completely poised to sing karaoke. It's exactly where I am. I'm on stage at the Warling. I don't think it'll autofocus to it, but I can't actually... Oh, I can walk away from that. Okay. I don't have a capture card, but just allow me to investigate this very quickly, because I need to know, basically, why I don't have a Hawthorne Tree on my Switch version. Also, shit, it's difficult to show it. But, like, frame rate-wise... It's bad right now. If I hadn't disabled autofocus, I would let it focus on the screen. But if I disable autofocus, it never stops warping my face in and out anytime there's any slight change in light, so... Hawthorne Tree. Where were we? Show me. So it's down by Sileng. The thrilling gameplay. So I'm walking down, I'm approaching the pawn shop. I am heading right. I am going back. I fucking knew it. I'm holding the interact key, I'm stood by the Hawthorne Tree. And it's giving me fuck all. The only thing it's highlighting is Kim. Was my Hawthorne Tree. Was my... It doesn't make sense. I don't know if I have to do something to make it work. Also, I would bring the cat in here, Hopefully he has just gone back to sleep. If he scratches at the door, which I'm half expecting him to, I'll see if he'll actually want to come in here rather than just scream at me until I go and give him food or whatever else he needs. I would love to have the cat on screen. He's been on before. Trying to think, do I have anything actually just in OBS that contains cat? But I don't think I do. Ooh, I might do actually. Was cat gone? Because when I did the BRB video thing, that contained a clip of him, which involved me downloading a clip of him. So there's one somewhere, and if it just clicks and drags in, that's grand. Shouldn't be too hard to find, because it's the only one that isn't game footage. Man, I downloaded lots, though. That's Facade. Where is he? There he is. Okay. There he goes. Sorry if it's doing deafening audio. Oh, it is doing deafening. Kill it. Kill it. I can't do anything about it. See, I can't hear it. I didn't get any monitor on that.
You're like a Dark Souls.
I think it just came on like 5 times the volume of everything else. But you know, there he is. Living his Dark Souls life. Sorry, I'm probably talking over or under myself. Killing the game. See, whenever he hears rustling plastic, he, for whatever reason, thinks it's his treats. Even though it never really sounds like the bag of his treats. I was actually going to just stream the cat this morning. I was like, I can download Streamlabs on my phone or something and just point it at him, you know? Probably should have done. Why do I have no hawthorn tree here? I don't understand. Anyway. I just needed to confirm that it wasn't working. So... because I have better stats, like, across the board. I'm going to compare them now, hang on. Because I haven't actually checked myself. But I remember last time I was like, you know, I've been saying that I was operating with, like, an int and psyche build on my Switch. And then found out that that's not true. I'm actually stupid on it. Okay, so no, it's not that bad. Logic 4. Encyclopedia 5. Logic was 2 recently, but I think I was just thinking about something particularly dumb. That's the big difference. Conceptualization 2 versus conceptualization 9. Empathy 7 versus empathy 3, though something I'm wearing is taking empathy off me at the moment. It should be higher than that. That's my main one. Perception 8. Yeah. There are places this is kind of lined up being similar. Oh my god, I have 8 perception on both files. What the hell? What the hell? He is a beautiful cat, yeah. He's, I don't think, not like, what's the term? Thoroughbred or whatever, but he's some percentage of Maine Coon, very visibly. And he's big as a result. But he was free. Someone we knew, their cat just had a bunch of kittens. And we got this cat and he's always had really good health. He's always been very, like, hygienic and everything. Very loving. Unbelievably lucky. But he's 16 now, I think, which is terrifying. Right. Next check. I'm not muted, right? Okay, good. I was on the wrong page of my stream deck and I was like, please, no. Because it's going to happen at some point. Then again, when I was streaming Siege the other night, I think I did several rounds with just no picture, so. But that doesn't bother me at all. If it was something like this, it'd bother me. My out-of-hours streams, whatever. They don't get backed up, with good reason. So, I can ask more people about the victim's tattoos. I can buy foul pants from Kuno. I might have something new to say to him, actually. It's been a while. The Everard situation's confusing. I may revisit him. I think a lot of things have transpired since the last time I spoke with him. Though I could be forgetting, having revisited him somewhat more recently than that. And if that's the case, I'm pretty sure that means there won't have been anything new with him. What's going on over here? I don't think there was a picture here I didn't take. Maybe I just should.
This is the night watchman's booth.
Fair enough, I guess I can't. My mistake. I guess having the boombox out stops the brr brr brr, brr 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 brr. Maybe not, because it's not stopping this. This is rhetoric, right? I think I needed to be highly rhetorical to get through this door. Somehow.
You're back before the cargo container. Its draw has not lessened since you were last here. If anything, it seems to have grown slightly.
5 bonuses and I'm still 3%. Rhetoric 0 is not a good life. Maybe I could smoke some cigarettes and put on some clothes. I still don't think it's gonna happen. That does remind me though, I don't have any cigarettes, and considering the extreme lack of intellect that I seem to be running at all times, it would benefit me to carry some around. So we'll see, next time we go past Freet. I forget how much they cost, but I can just about float it. And I don't think I need to order a room anymore at the Wilding. I do have free accommodation. As such, I can maybe be a little bit more frivolous with the rest of my spending. What's this? What's this then? This is not a fishing rod, is it? It's that thing. What is that thing? A cattle prod? Can't tell.
Mr. Dubois, I hear the meeting with Titus was a glowing success. That's such a relief. Titus can be a handful sometimes.
I don't know who you heard that from, but that's definitely not my opinion of the situation. I wouldn't use the term glowing success myself. But you know, we're still in negotiations, we're figuring things out.
Now, what can Everard Clare do for you today?
Oh, I have some weird old ones I just didn't pick. Aren't you going to ask me how I got in?
Am I going to ask? Hell, Harry. You spin-kicked my strongest man in the face. I saw it from my window. Would you ask a man like that how he got into your container yard?
You don't have a window.
It was a figure of speech, Harry. Of course I don't have a window. I'm in a container. Anyway, I assure you, I am a very well-informed man. Information reaches me before I even get the chance to request it.
Okay, well in that case, I probably cannot successfully lie to you about mailing the signatures that I haven't even got. And yet.
No, you didn't.
Shit.
I know the mailman, Harry. I know everyone and everything that happens in this town, and I know there's no letter in that mailbox yet. Just like I know you'll get it done. Once you stop horsing around, let me know when it's done.
You mean the fishing village?
Yes, the little cul-de-sac on the coast, where all the men have drowned, in either the sea or the bottle. A gloomy place, doesn't have that union attitude.
Kim, what do you think of this?
It depends. I don't think what we just got from Mr. Clare was very useful.
As I said, it weighs on me heavily. But once we get really talking, well, I'm going to hand you the keys to Martinez, and maybe even help you figure out who's behind this killing.
Let's change the topic.
By all means, Harry. What's on your mind?
Can we go over a few details concerning the murder again?
Most certainly, Harry. Nothing brightens my day like brainstorming these things with you.
Well, I hate to disappoint you, but apparently I was getting ahead of myself. It seems we've covered all the available ground.
By all means, Harry. What's on your mind?
I have just finished investigating the local drug trade, though.
Ah, yes. Your side investigation. Thank you. You've got some spirit clearing up phony drug accusations alongside this murder. I'll talk to the mayor and see if I can get you the key to the city, Harry. Now let's talk real business.
Okay, well, since I have scratched your back, even if by accident, Can we talk about my lost gun again?
Yes, yes. My best men are tracking it down. Some kids saw some other kids running away with it. Some folks said a paranoid schizophrenic might have it. Leads are being checked, Harry.
It's a very specific...
What's that, Harry? You're getting a little pale. Is it the words paranoid schizophrenic and lost gun in one sentence? Don't worry, it's just a lead. It'll probably turn out to be nothing.
Okay, well, I'm gonna leave now, but we might talk again later. I guess I should try and get on those signatures. As I recall, me getting those signatures was what he needed. Or what he was demanding in exchange for information about my gun, or maybe even giving me my gun. I would like my gun, so, you know. Maybe I should do it. I'm really not eager to displace the people from where they're living, because it sounds like they're just being driven out. Which I presume they don't want. I don't know where else they'd go. Granted, they don't seem to be living in any kind of splendor over there. But it doesn't mean there's anywhere else they could go to live in a similar lack of splendor. I feel it's a place to which they've already been driven. So it's awkward. Volition. See, Volition could be a decent one, like long term, just for kind of keeping me alive. But I only have 3 points. I can't do that. Speaking of which, how are my thoughts coming along? Where's White Morning at? 32 minutes left. Okay. I'm gonna zoom out so damn far. I mean, I want it for the zoom functionality, which I guess... minor spoilers for people who probably almost certainly already know what it does. But... what I really, really want is the description. I specifically remember unlocking White Morning and being like, holy shit, I adore this game. It's just... oh. Tying like some basic in-game mechanical functionality to such an unbelievably great description. God to me. Why have I got empty slots in my inventory sometimes? It's so confusing. Oh, they're not empty, it's just not rendering the icons again. I hate that. Or is it rendering them but I'm holding them? So they're like grayed out? No, I don't think so. I think I'm just seeing a regular map under there. I don't know. Weird one. Once again, I lost my train of thought. And I'm clicking all the wrong things. Just make the map its own button, please. Maybe it is. If I press M... I fucking hate my life. Okay. Never again. It will always be M from now on. Reaction speed is not good for me. It could be worse. Oh shit, and the speed is still working. Okay, I'm gonna get over to the church real quick using the M button. The luxury of the M key. Maybe there's even a dedicated button on Switch for just opening the map, but I don't think so. Hey, I've come to add music to your music. Not by giving you the tape, just by playing my own music underneath your own music. Okay, so we're back where we began. Back with Andre's dance. But apparently my music overpowers theirs. That's pretty cool. He's almost more in sync with this music. Oops, oops, oops. See, they need the special lighting in here. They can't just have the music. Wonder if anything's changed about the stained glass since all this happened.
The mother of humanism stands above you, a precious and complex wax painting on a single pane of glass. A crack runs across the length of her body.
Oh no, my speed! Get out of here, Dolores. Time's a wasted. Oh, guess my song ended.
Welcome back.
Godly empathy. Legendary reaction speed. Hang on. I can improve my chances here, maybe. I don't recall having many clothes that help me with reaction speed. At least one of them has to, right? Surely. Please. I don't know how anything could help with reaction speed. If it's going to be anything, it's going to be found clothes, right? I'm not taking a penalty to it, but... Oh dear. I really felt like I had something. Oh, I have -1 reaction speed. Let's not do that. Anything that gives me more empathy is also good. I might try that empathy check. Empathy is one I am liable to put more points into. Even though it does kind of draw me closer to my first playthrough, which isn't the intention. If anything, the opposite is true. I had plans to differentiate them as cleanly as possible. But from the stats I'm seeing in my journal today, I can tell that's not the case. I've definitely ended up with similar ideological stats across both files, which is surprising, to be honest. Because I've been going for much stupider stuff in this one, but I guess I can be stupid without being ideologically hateful, I don't know. I'll try it.
Welcome back.
Doesn't really look like it's gonna go well. Do I have any other way to bring this up? Nah.
The silver bird has already flown away. I will catch it later.
Okay, fair enough. That being the case, are there any locked reaction speed ones? Maybe I can keep my amphetamine spree up. And make it profitable to do so. Nope. Well, that's probably never gonna happen then. I don't know what the silver bird is, but I don't think it's getting caught. Suggestion and empathy. These are some big ones. Volition as well. Okay, I have a volition check with Classier. That seems important. Volition check with Kim Kitsuragi. I don't know what that is. I think I've looked in regular conversations with him and not found what that would be representing. So maybe it's a considerably more specific one for catching him at a certain place or a certain time, or maybe it's one that I no longer can get, but like some of these other ones has ended up stuck in the log. We'll see. But what was the other volition one I just had? It's already emptied from my brain, but there was some kind of volition check. But it's not here, so maybe it was a red one? I can't believe I've already forgotten. Still confused about the hawthorn tree too. So Lena's gonna be, yeah, okay, she's at the Whirling. Lillian's at the fishing village, Estella's at the church. That all tracks. Class A's at the Whirling. Joyce Messier, what you doing up there? Frustrating. But I don't think I'd pass that anyway. My police spirit is only at 2. Oh, it's awkward. Maybe I shouldn't just be focusing on checks right now, because it's unbalancing things. Should probably just kind of be doing them as they come. Let's try and get some signatures though. Gun seems important. Quick check on my savoir-faire. 3. How many clothes do I have that contribute to it? See, I don't... Oh no, that's minus. Don't do that. I don't know if the dancing was a white or a red check. I'm pretty sure it's white, actually, because it was in that list. So, might give it a go. Since I'm still amphetamized. Amphetaminated? Who knows? Give me a look.
Oh, hey man, it's good to see you.
8%? Even with the amphetamines? Damn. I don't know when that'd reopen. But I also don't know what I'm going to be able to do to become better at it. Am I wearing any uncool clothes?
Goodbye, officer.
I've descended into complete Complete inertia. Wait, it should say savoir-faire plus, right? Does that mean I'm losing some somewhere and compensating for elsewhere? Ah, my uncool shoes. Yeah, that's not gonna help. Let's get my composed ones on. Oh no, my perceptive ones. Or my empathy ones. Which, there are still more of them up there. It's weird that they're inaccessible all of a sudden. Oh! They've actually despawned since. It's actually more confusing, but...
Oh, hey man, it's good to see you.
it's not gonna go well. But, you know, it might have like a good animation for failure.
You close your eyes and vacate your skull, leaving your brain to wonder, where did that little fluttering light go?
That was an incredibly good roll. What did we actually get here? Oh, we rolled a straight 12? Okay.
Total darkness. You sink down the darkest fathoms of your own personal deep, vertebrate by vertebrate, through the unformed skulls of your mind.
Did the actor for Ancient Reptilian Brain just correct? Using the plural of vertebrate? Nice.
Here it will begin.
Where did the church go?
Who fucking cares?
Fair enough, I suppose. I hate waking life. I hate this world. I hate and fear everything. All I want is to dance. Please, God, just let me dance.
God? Where is your God?
Where did the music go?
Oh, don't worry. The music's still there. It's you who is gone.
No, really, why can't I hear anything?
This is a pivotal moment. Try not to piss yourself.
Concentrate on hearing.
Nothing. Just the immaculate silence of your spinal fluid. Electrified.
So in dancing, I seem to have finally found the escape that I seek when I head to bed and fall asleep, only to be tormented by my limbic system. This might just be the best moment of my character's life since reawakening at the Whirling. Or it could be terrible. I'm going to be honest with you, I was not expecting a successful roll there at all. What was that about unformed skulls?
I'm gonna let you in on a little secret.
What the fuck was this?
Every vertebrae in your spine is an unformed skull ready to pop up and replace the old one. Like shark teeth. The one you're currently in has a little brain forming in it, waiting for its turn.
Have I heard spinal cord before? God damn.
To rule the world.
Who are you?
I am the spinal cord.
What do you want?
From what I can see, it's about to bust a move.
Bust a move.
Foolhardy, do you even know what's happening on the surface? Maybe 1,000 years have passed. Or maybe you started spazzing out like 2 seconds ago.
With your eyes still closed, the first thing you feel, all the way back in the pivoting darkness of your own torso, is warmth. You have become a triumph of rhythmoplastics, somewhere in a smelly wooden church on the coast of Revachol. The wounds from the war you waged on your body are healing, twist by twist, turn by turn. You must have touched upon an entirely new way of moving the human body. Every motion is pumping your brain full of endorphins. Open your eyes to the pioneering glory of hard style.
Oh, I'm so excited. Open your eyes and dance like you've never danced before.
You have become a flawless interlocking mechanism.
Look at him fucking go!
Approximation of the throb coming from the speaker setup of the one called Eggheads. Entirely, rigidly, imbecilic, without pity or fear.
This fucking rocks. Look at him go with the light and everything. I'm so glad I did this with the torch out. Like, I'm throwing absolutely unreasonably sick shapes on account of having that light in my hand.
Free from self-awareness. No deliberation. Only, and I mean only, execution.
And I'm pretty sure I keep bashing myself in the face with the multi-tool, which is even harder.
Oh my god! No way!
The Speed Freaks would-be leader stands slack-jawed in disbelief at the hard corners on display. This is really happening!
With his reel-to-reel mixer blasting the anthem of a future that will never come, the young man observes your moves for a second. He throws a screwdriver and a bunch of drill chucks into the corner and explodes into dance. What he lacks in sharpness, he more than makes up for in violent enthusiasm.
Kim, get in here!
What's going on here? Delinquents.
I said get in here and dance.
The lieutenant squeezes the bridge of his nose. The light reflects off his glasses, giving him the appearance of a surgeon in the middle of a tense procedure. He's having trouble adjusting to the new reality before him.
What's happening?
The lieutenant is forced to yell over the futuristic music blasting from the speakers. I'm not doing anything. The music just made its mind up a long time ago. I'm just implementing.
Good for you. Rock on then.
Hey, I called you to dance.
What?
Oh god, I will be so unhappy if I fail this. But I don't deserve to pass it, because I did not deserve to pass the dance roll. It's a red check. But I do outrank him, which helps. God, I wish I wasn't dressed in such an anti-authority manner. Okay. That's it, don't let the lieutenant leave without getting his hardcore on.
Who's the one in charge? You are.
Lieutenant, I'm only gonna pull rank on you one time, and that time is now.
Are you kidding me?
I assure you, I am not. Now get your groove on, Lieutenant.
Get my what on?
The lieutenant leans closer, unable to make out your words over the pumping beats. I said, get your goddamn groove on, boogie woogie.
Sheesh, okay.
Sheesh. Man's got ice in his damn veins. He backs up with his hands raised in the air, observing the crisscross of your feet.
Okay, you psychopath. I see what you're doing there. It's jacked up footwork, plus is that Ubi folk dancing?
He adjusts his spectacles, then pops his collar as high as it will go.
Nah, it's not Ubi folk. It's hardcore.
Yeah, whatever.
You talk a big talk, Lieutenant. Let's see some moves.
Oh yeah? I did 15 years in the juvenile crime unit. I can do age inappropriate. Now, check this shit out.
The lieutenant begins to heel kick the church floor with such intensity, it's reasonable to fear he'll kick a hole right through it, causing the floor to crack and the pillars to collapse, bringing the church roof down on all of you.
Look at his legs! Oh my god. I didn't know the engine was capable of these kinds of animations. This is the best shit I've ever seen. Dance. It's the law.
The young man immediately bounces up and down, then assumes the same dance pattern, embellishing it with some sort of waving motion.
God, this is good. That's a different dance from him too. He's shuffling this time. What are you doing, Estelle?
The young woman lifts her headphones up slightly and raises her chin, looking at you expectantly.
Asil? Aren't you going to dance?
Oh.
No, recording.
She turns to Suna, then back to you. She briskly shakes her head and puts her headphones back on.
The lead programmer throws the other young woman a knowing glance before turning her attention back to her own work. She's still at her mainframe, pressing buttons, reading printouts, but she started nodding her head along to the music.
I'm sure I can get her on the floor. Is there anything more I can do? I want to break the limit.
The dynamic motion of your flailing body is bordering on the extreme. You're going off the charts. You feel as if turning on the hyperdrive would be a point of no return. Feels almost melancholy. Are you sure you have the entire posse along for this?
Yeah, I didn't have any other options, so together, where are you?
Here we go again! Hardcore fills the air! The sound above my hair!
The what now? The sound above your what?
Above my hair, man!
Okay, this is too imbecilic. Excuse me.
No! Oh my god, 97%. +1, Speed Addict. +1, Suna is in. +1, Andre's dancing harder. +2, got Kim dancing. +2, dress code, insane silk dragon. Shivers. Turn on the hyperdrive.
Music
No!
through the hall of an old stave church on the coast of Martinaise. Several figures are lost in the beats, their bodies pulled this way and that by sound. One of them, an officer of the RCM, suddenly stops. He appears disoriented, then starts shaking violently, no longer in rhythm with the music.
I'm heartbroken. It was going so well.
The beats that you had all fired up just a moment ago seem overwhelming, nauseating. They shift and multiply like pieces of colored glass in a kaleidoscope. You're gripped by panic, alongside a dizzying feeling of deja vu. Then everything goes silent.
I should get help.
What are you gonna do? Call the Lazarus again? And if you were gonna go to a regular hospital, do you know how long it would take to figure out what's really wrong with you? The interviews? The poking and prodding that you'll undergo? All this excitement of dancing and dancing harder. And even feigning real hard is better than dragging your feet from office to office, examination room to examination room. All mercilessly white, bright and smelling of antiseptic.
Besides, you've got a case to solve right now, and you won't get to solve it if you turn yourself into a lab rat. Whatever's wrong with you can wait.
What's happening to me?
Not sure, but it's definitely not a normal dance floor experience. There's something seriously wrong with you, brah.
I feel like this has happened before.
Could be. It was almost like the utter unpleasantness of the experience was breaking through the barrier of your recent memory loss.
What happens next?
You'll lay here in complete darkness for a while, far away from everything and everyone. Then consciousness will slowly begin to return. It won't be fun.
Never is.
But you already know. It rarely is.
How did you know I already knew? Could it be that you were listening to me?
Waking up, you see the lieutenant talking to the young people, a worried look on his face.
Well, Andre's gone back to his original dance, so he doesn't seem too concerned.
I've seen this thing happen before to people partying too hard.
It looks pretty dangerous, though.
Nah, man, don't worry. He's mainly dehydrated. It's a regular party reaction, yeah?
Has almost happened to me in a crowd. When I used to go to gigs, I used to really not want to need to go and use the toilets, so I just wouldn't drink any water or whatever before I realised how unbelievably disastrous that is. And, yeah, and I'd just sweat and be, like, bashed about in mosh pits and various things, and then have to try and navigate my way back through a crowd, literally unable to see, like, just, my vision just went black. Not fun. Not fun. I remember having to do that once it was at a Zootons gig, which was just going crazy because it's like their hometown. And yeah, it was during some really long drum solo. I was not expecting an extensive drum solo from a Zootons gig, but they did one, and I specifically remember that being a moment where I was like, I'm just going to die if I don't. Even if I try and leave right now, I'm probably gonna die. I didn't die, but it was not fun.
Look! He's awake!
What happened? Are you feeling alright?
Give him a moment. See? This is why you need distilled water.
I thought that was for the creation of amphetamines. I feel bad for giving him shit for having it now. How long was I out for?
When exactly did you lose consciousness? When you started shaking or when you were already on the ground?
I mean, I don't seem to have lost any health somehow, so I can't have gone down too hard.
30 minutes or so.
What? You just let me lie here for 30 minutes? I think I had a seizure.
Nah, you just raved too hard. The beat gets so hard, you know, and you were rolling super hard on it.
Has anything like this happened to you before?
It felt familiar.
With the moves you've got on you, I don't doubt it.
It very well could be that something similar happened the night you lost your memory. Can you stand?
God, I hope I just overdanced myself into this entire situation. It was intense, but I'm pulling myself together. Boy, I'm all out of juice. I can't believe that 97% and it would not let me take it to the next level. Insulted.
You might be imagining it, but it feels like Egghead turned the volume down. Such is his respect.
Love Egghead.
Man! Now! Man! Now!
The would-be leader stutters with excitement.
Now imagine if we could do that, right? But with like 1,000 people. End of human development. Mission complete.
I think it'd be end of the floor of the church. And possibly the walls, but I don't know. Right, ecstatic.
All right!
You're absolutely beat. Muscles relaxed and feet like noodles underneath.
Neat. I guess we're just in a conversation with Andre now, so I'm gonna leave.
Goodbye, officer.
Bye-bye. Okay.
Tremble. The time is now. Taola.
What? What time?
Time for the show. For Taola. The hallowed time of fear and disintegration. A countdown has begun. All will collapse on itself. The world will disappear into a single grain of blackness. All sound will be muted. All life will scream.
Wait, when did this countdown begin?
Monday morning. The moment you arrived in this reality are the first crack in the sheer face of God. From you it will spread.
Huh. I mean, I knew I was important, but I didn't think I was that important. What was the thing that you said?
Ulogu theodos.
No, not that.
Sino zausin. Ipoli osivien. Echondes fronisin.
Not quite what I was going for. Oh, look, it's different if you change languages. Not much. I think it's just the size of it changes. Anyway. This is because of the insane world-ending... This is because of the insane world-ending I've been saying, isn't it? Did it forget a word, or has my brain forgotten to brain?
Yes, you spoke the words of the Palindropos and the houses of Pericarnassus. Items, people, even words will tumble. All will lose its meaning in the coming years. That is why you marked yourself.
Am I sure it's not just a joke or some kind of coping mechanism?
It's totally also a coping mechanism.
I'm a little afraid.
So you should be. The world island crumbles at your feet, and in the far plain, Palindropos.
Yo, Palindromopos.
Perhaps. Just a thought. This has something to do with the hangover.
It might do, but I do think the world might end soon.
The face of the woman fractures. There will be herd killing. We all become vapor.
Shit. Alright. Well. No? You don't wanna do this one? Okay. Fair enough, you take a little break, I got it from here. And the little guy gets smaller and smaller as you rise above the dollhouse world. You see him out in the snow, on the streets, in the shop on the corner, and, finally, in a matchbox house, sitting by the window, white flowers on the windowsill. You can smell them from up here, it's awful. A white morning, a modern death, divorce, or something similar. All you can do is put more distance between you and him, make him smaller, make him less you. Plus 20% zoom out distance. All motorics learning caps raised by 1. Love white morning.
Perfect.
Still. What does that leave us? Still working away on Homosexual Underground. That's a full day's worth of thinking. But we're getting there, we're 3 hours out. There's longer films than this, we'll have this one figured out. What time is it, incidentally? Oh, it's only 1 PM. We'll know if we're gay or not by the evening. Lovely stuff. But, Cop of the Apocalypse. What's this about? So the temporary research bonus is -1 to rhetoric, which is not great because we only have, what, either 2 or 0 rhetoric. 0. Yikes. Okay. You woke up in a hotel room and started rambling about the end of the world. It's not your normal everyday doom crying either. Something truly colossal is approaching. The gloaming, the culling, the bloodletting of unimaginable proportions. Until now, you've been pleasantly vague about the precise nature of this cataclysm. No more. Put the bloodletting on the burner and really figure out what's threatening the fragile physical reality you just found yourself in. 6 hours, 55 minutes. That's a lot of introspection. Can I stand to free up space for it? Is the important question. Hardcore aesthetic seems like a useful one. +1 volition, +1 endurance. Sadly, obtaining volition in this manner does not reopen the currently failed volition checks, but we do have an upcoming one. With the Disco Dancer from Aranya. So, don't really want to get rid of that. Kingdom of Conscience, Moralist dialogue options heal +1 morale. That's pretty good because I don't have that much volition. It raises the learning cap for volition, which is nice, I guess. That could allow my volition to go up to, what, I think 9? Is the state I could get it to. And then I could probably further enhance that with one of the armor pieces. I'm not sure. Also, is there still an armor piece missing? I don't know if I have the full thing. I don't know how many there are. I remember there being a conversation about it, and I think there were 4, and I have 3, maybe. Kuno said he kicked the helmet into the sea. I said, bullshit. You're a 12-year-old child. That is a giant metal military helmet. It would break your foot. But I do believe that he's disposed of it. Or at least it seems plausible enough that he would do. Maybe I'll just get rid of Kingdom of Conscience. Lord knows I'm never going to be putting a lot of points into logic or volition. Those are 2 that I've pretty much ignored, so having like a raised ceiling for them isn't great. Morale healing, always nice, but no, sorry Kingdom of Conscience. I absolve myself of you. Cop of the Apocalypse, I guess. Down to -1 rhetoric. Maybe we'll be able to actually, like, speak or think backwards now. I guess we'll see. Any new dialogues with people? Now they've seen me dance myself to the brink of death. Maybe not, maybe not, maybe not. Suna?
Yes, what is it?
Godly Logic 28. Ooh, I can do better than that. But I probably need to buy cigarettes first, but I'll bear this in mind. But I'm also gonna have to be right back again. And this time I imagine my cat is gonna want food, so... something for me to deal with. Because he also likes me to stand with him while he eats. I think he's a nervous eater. I don't know how much patience I'm going to have for standing with him while he eats today, because he's probably not going to be hungry. He's just going to be like, hey, I'm awake, so interact with me in some capacity. And also that usually means he'll run to his food and yell about it. But even if that's the case, I should only be a couple of minutes. I'll be right back. None of my painful desperation for the toilet can make the bathroom empty right now. But I think it'll only be a sec. I'll walk around the church for a minute. At least look at the log. Okay, so take on la responsibility. So the smoker says his Sunday friend has gone for a stroll along the coast. Fair enough. We haven't really been over that way, so that warrants some attention. I don't really know what this is in service of. I think this is to establish democracy, which I can't pretend that's my #1 priority right now. Especially considering we did take the dead body off the boardwalk, right? It's not just lying there still. I fucking hope. Search the man's remains and follow leads to see if you can verify his identity. I understand the verification of his identity, rather. That makes sense to me. I just hope he's not still there. Anyway, I think I can get in the bathroom now, so I will be right back. Soda. Okay, so Billy Majon's apartment. Question classe about the dead man. I wonder if that's been long enough yet. I did leave it overnight. I returned. We spoke to her. She was not yet willing to talk about it. I speculated that maybe it needed 12 hours or at least some other specific amount of time to pass. I would have thought the day rolling over would have done it, but speak to the assault victim. That's what I'm talking about. Offer figurines to Dolores Day. Dolores Day was fond of figurines. She deserves more. You should offer her any and all you have one day, if you meet her in person. What an odd task to give yourself, but here we are. So we might be at the giant window of her. I don't think we can offer figurines to it. I think I actually remember attempting to and being like, what are you doing? But I guess we could see if we can give this tape to Egghead, because I can't remember if we tried. But part of me feels like I remember him being like, I don't want that. Oh, it won't let me speak to him. Huh? And there's like a... What the... I'm being egg blocked. That was heartbreaking. This is the guy I want to talk to in here and he won't let me.
Yo, man. What's on your mind?
Okay, nothing new to discuss with Noid. Fair enough. Not like they necessarily needed to be. So. Guess we're done with the church, at least for now. There's those 2 white checks with a cell, one of which we just failed and reclosed. The other one is empathy, which was only giving me a 3% because I am not very empathetic still. 2, yeah, not ideal. But it's tied to some pretty pivotal stuff that I've encountered so far, so it would make sense to leave some points to put into that for when I need to. I could see some empathy checks being failed in the near future. I'm just not going to try yet with the SL thing, but maybe I should.
The handset. There's a tone. The machine is operable.
Another random number. We did this before, right?
Calling.
I don't know how many there are.
Calling. Calling.
I think we got 2 different people.
Still calling. Still calling.
Stop calling me, man.
Someone picks up. The voice on the other end is slightly hysterical.
I'll get you your money, alright? I just need till tonight. Let me work.
I think that's fuck the world. Maybe? I remember his accent being noteworthy for being further south in the UK to the other ones I've been surrounded with, and I'm getting the slight similar vibes off this dude to such an extent where I'm like, it's him! But I don't see why it'd be him. Who is this?
You got the wrong number.
Shit.
Don't call here again.
I maybe didn't pick the right thing.
Disconnect tone.
Oops. Okay. The lieutenant's ready to move. Let's move then. Get my light back out. Bin, huh? Free tar? Oh, money! Actually better. Oh, I thought those green bits on the roof were coins being highlit. That's so sad. So we've inspected the traps, and we're to report to the cryptozoologist. There goes my phone falling from my pocket onto the floor. That's how it got broken when it broke. It will probably break more. I recall the trousers Kuno sells being pretty expensive. I don't know if you can kind of haggle your way down. It's all good. I don't think I need them. I don't know if he likes me more once I have them and that leads to more stuff. It's probably not worth me pursuing it until I have more money. And I don't really have a direct way of getting it. I'm just trying not to spend it at this point. Let's go back to the whirling and work from there. Or signatures for Everard. That's going to require skills I don't have, though. We have got the body off the boardwalk. So at least there's that. I couldn't fully remember whether or not we'd moved it. happy to discover we have. So either I go and I bother people about signatures, which is definitely against their best interests, and I don't feel comfortable doing it. But I think it might give me some leads on where my gun is, if I trust Everard. Which I don't. But I have no other leads. The beams are splintered. The bridge didn't collapse on its own. Artillery broke it. This guy again. Well, this isn't a village either. It's the worst of all worlds. Is the village above or below? Below. How do I always lose track? Been there enough times. Oh, Sunday Friend. Forgot he was out here. Oh, he's not my favorite guy to talk to, though. This dude annoys me. Oh, what's this? This section of the coast hasn't been used in decades. Cool, free shed then. Oh well. What use is a free shed if you can't interact with it? Precious little.
A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, reaching from one corner to the other.
Something tells me my zero visual calculus skill is not going to lead to any particular enlightenment in this instance. Let's move on. Sunday Friend it. I don't know what the point of this conversation's going to be, but I would like to try and be dressed for it. And this is not the way to do it. So... let's say... RCM Commander's jacket. Maybe the signal coat. I think I prefer the signal coat for this. I'll keep my horrific necktie. I don't know why I keep my horrific necktie. What am I doing? Maybe I'd be better off with the pinball maker's coat. Am I going to need empathy here? No, suggestion's better, I think, because I'm trying to suggest this guy to assign the responsibility with me, or however it's pronounced. So... better. Ooh, maybe better again. Logic. I don't know which is going to be more helpful. Authority might help here. Drama might even help here. Logic probably is the big one for this dude. But I am attempting to suggest him. So, I don't know.
As you approach, the man turns and greets you with a polite wave.
Ah, super. It's the officer. I was not expecting to run into you again, but things have a funny way of turning out, no? What brings you down to the scenic Martinez coast?
Actually, I was wondering what you're doing out here.
Well, that's très simple. I was visiting the fishing village just north of here. They have applied for a series of microloans to revitalize the old market. And, well, I wish to see the situation firsthand. And then, well, I had some extra time on my hands, so I decided to stroll down here. It's quite peaceful, isn't it?
Do you see all the bullet holes in the wall right next to you?
Ah? Is that what those pockmarks are? I might have guessed. Fascinating how much history is contained right here, if only one knows where to look for it.
You feel like there's something you could say here, if only you really knew what was going on.
Anyway.
Ah bon? I'm all ears, officer.
I need your help forming a committee. I'm trying to assign la responsabilité.
My friend, if it's la responsabilité you're after, I have good news for you. There's no need to form such a committee, because it already exists. The Comité de Responsabilité de Revachol. It acts as a sort of clearinghouse for coalition activities. To put it simply, they are the ultimate arbiters of la responsabilité in this part of the world.
Yes, this is just the sort of reasonable authority you're looking for.
I would offer to connect you with the committee myself, but alas, I am not actually in Martinez.
I disagree.
What? Where is he then?
What are you talking about? I'm looking at you right now.
Of course, we are speaking informally. But officially, I am still in La Delta, preparing for an upcoming conference on fuel oil derivatives.
Okay, so it's not that you're not in Martinez, it's that you're just lying.
That's why it would be extremely irregular, or potentially even inappropriate for me to intercede with the committee concerning a district I'm not officially in.
Okay, well, how am I supposed to contact the committee then?
Well, under ordinary circumstances, the committee contacts you.
Ah, so it's the Dark Brotherhood, I see. Well, I do have 3 kills on my record, so...
But if you have information of a vital interest, they might be willing to entertain an exception. In which case, I would advise you to contact them via Coalition Warship Archer.
Why do I need to go through Archer to speak to the committee?
You see, in addition to being an airborne artillery platform, Coalition Warship Archer is also the linchpin of the Coalition's surveillance and communications infrastructure in Revachol.
Hold on, it's watching us too?
And listening. It has the most objective vantage point in the entire city. Not to mention a vast array of radio, photographic, and meteorological monitoring instruments. I find it a great comfort to know there are benevolent powers watching over all, in strict accordance with the Wayfarer Act and the Bristlemühne Convention.
Love the way he pronounces the letter R, though. So much. So how does one go about contacting a Coalition warship, then?
This is quite the problem. Very tricky. Of course, the Archer has orders to fire on any unidentified aerostatics that might approach it, so it might be safer to get in touch from the ground.
Well, I definitely wasn't expecting to fly up there for this.
But in that case, you would require a radio transmitter capable of broadcasting on Coalition frequencies. And that kind of technology naturally isn't typically available for non-Coalition use. Yes, it is a bit of a conundrum. I suppose there might be some way to circuit bend your way onto those frequencies, but you'd have to be one of those techno-tinkerers to do it.
Sona, however they've been pronouncing her name. She seems like a qualified techno-tinkerer, based on the jargon she's been spouting at me, and the various things I've helped her with. What am I supposed to do then?
That, my friend, is your responsibility. I cannot take it from you, nor can you delegate it to someone else.
Sounds like something that programmer we met in the church might be able to help with.
See? Kitsaragi's tuned in. He knows what's up.
Let me just say that I have complete confidence in the RCM. I'm sure you'll figure something out.
Okay, well, thank you for your time.
Always my pleasure to be of assistance to the RCM. Godspeed, and if we don't meet again, bonne chance.
I wonder if we will meet again. See, this is one of those places where I've been stuck then, because I think for me to proceed, I need to go to the church and speak to Sona, again. Forgotten the pronunciation. Problem with that is, on my other file, I dismissed the tent. The Ravers, they've just like despawned from the game, which I thought would be the only way to keep Sona in the church and help her out. Seems like it's been the opposite, and as such, I seem to have dead-ended on like 3 different quests on the other file, which is very, very disheartening. Because again, like I even spent 50 Rial to get speakers she could use. She didn't ask for them, but I was like, I know part of this quest entailed her using their speakers. So maybe I could get her own speakers. Spent all my money on them, she was not having it. Just seems to be a complete no-go. Which is really sad, but I'm going to have to look into it because there must be another way. It can't be that just shutting down the drug lab, like she's basically asking you to do, because she's saying, look, there's this unbelievably important scientific anomaly here. I can't have people doing like a drug lab where I'm trying to study it. I think it's quite understandable that my response to that, especially as the people who were trying to build the drug lab were lying to me about the drug lab they were trying to build, I think it's reasonable that my response was like, okay, I will get rid of them so that you can study like the black hole in the church. But nope. So I'm gonna have to see if there's some other way around that. Because this situation here, I was sure having them here would result in her leaving.
Yes, what is it?
It's not a paying job, but could you help me contact Coalition Warship Archer?
You're asking me to circuit bend onto coalition radio frequencies. You want to know, is it possible? Probably. But is it a good idea? I'm not so sure.
I didn't want to know if it was possible or if it was a good idea, actually. I directly just asked if you could help me do it.
The main difficulty will be finding an antenna powerful enough to reach those frequencies. Unfortunately, you can't exactly buy mega long-wave antennas off the shelf.
Okay, so I'm either about to sound like the stupidest person of all time, or I'm about to pull some unbelievable big brain acrobatics. The thing, when I saw Everart before, and I had that little thought bubble, and it was like, that's not a fishing rod, is it? And I zoomed in, and I was like, is that some kind of big cattle prod? If that's an antenna, I'm going to lose my mind up in here. I doubt it, though.
She's not joking. Even the RCM has to receive special approval from the Coalition to access that kind of equipment.
Why are we whispering, Kim? I don't understand. This doesn't seem like a particularly private conversation. And I think she could hear you anyway, but anyway. I guess we're whispering now. The radio relay tower at Land's End. Sorry, I'm not even talking to Kim now, I'm talking to Suna. The radio relay tower at Land's End, could that work?
I highly doubt it. That tower is barely able to transmit shortwave signals across the bay. To generate megalow frequencies, we're going to need a much larger antenna.
The Megalomart from King of the Hill?
I don't see any alternative. We're just going to have to build the antenna ourselves.
Wait, we can just build one?
Yes, from a technical view. It's not even difficult. The difficult part will be finding the right location. We need metal, a lot of it. The taller the structure, the better. Something that is both prominent and easily accessible. If it's near a power source, even better.
Okay, so I don't think it's going to be Everart's not a fishing rod. Come up with a site for a mega long-wave radio antenna, conceptualization legendary. I only have 2 conceptualization, and as a result the percentage is low at 20%. I've had more favourable rolls on lower percentages today, but I also failed a 97. Not that anything that's already happened RNG-wise then goes on to inform what happens next. That is an aggressive miscomprehension of how statistics influence the universe in general. +1 hardcore aesthetics, +1 acquainted with local landmark, +1 cavalry officer's perspective. Why do I have cavalry officer's perspective? Is it because I'm wearing Franco-Nigerian cavalry boots? That's a very, very specific bonus, if so. I wonder how many clothing bonuses I've been missing for white checks, just because it didn't say there was a bonus to be had, you know? Alright, well, that's a weird one. I was going to buy cigarettes. I can't think straight. Okay, come up with a suitable location for a giant antenna. Near a big power source. What was the bunker thing at the top of the map? Was that connected to generators or anything? Okay, let's get conceptual. White satin shirt. What else? What are my most conceptual clothes? I feel like it's not one that has much clothing attached to it, at least much clothing I have, but there must be more than this. Am I taking any penalties from anything? There we go. Sarah Maritzian lounge jacket. It's probably as close as I'm going to get clothing-wise. Got the +2. It's not one I'm going to want to put points into, though. Do I have any of the white checks for it? And are any of them open right now? Box of sunglasses. Okay. And we've got a closed... The wrapping one, right? And measure head. Huh. Oh, I got tons of conceptualization. I think what I should do is go and buy some cigarettes, smoke one, speak to Sona, and then one by one go through these conceptualization checks, fail whichever ones I'm going to fail, then put a point into conceptualization, just because there are so many of them. So I'm going to go and do that. Okay. What's he saying? Hate gate, mate date. Damn it, it went away. That was bars. Oh well. Maybe he'll repeat them sometime. Hard to imagine his memory is particularly keen. But doesn't mean he hasn't internalized whatever lyrics he was shouting. Because he does so from a place of extreme passion. Anything left over here where the tent was? See, look, you could do the antenna here, I guess. Don't think you could, there's no like power source. Oh, taking an odd route, but fair enough. See, the only real business I have in the fishing village right now, as far as I'm aware, is to get signatures. I don't know if I'm going to be able to. So rather than just pop over there just because I'm kind of nearby, I will do the current plan, which is whirling in rags, buy cigarettes from Freet, talk to Tommy Lahome, and then work from there. In fact, no, we don't even talk to Tommy Lahome. He's one of the ones we do if we fail one of the other white checks, but we got to try the ones that are currently open first. Getting real specific with it. How many bottles to get rid of?
The tear machine stands in the corner.
Nope. No, I don't. Hello.
A colourful display of cigarettes and alcohol bottles line the shop wall.
Again, I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health.
Oh yeah? Tell me more.
The pale aged vodka is special, I guess. It's stored in pale for a couple of years, which makes it super expensive and super strong.
Okay, what will consuming this stuff do to my body?
I mean, I already said it'd hurt you. I don't know what else they do.
She stares at you unsure. Okay. That's... There must be some other use for this. That is 30 real for a bottle of vodka. And it doesn't have like an extra stat boost. You know, it does the same for you that the Pilsner does. The Pilsner is 10% the price, so there must be some other reason. But we came for cigarettes, so we're buying cigarettes. Neat. I'm sure I had some. I must have finished them. Did Tommy give me some at some point? Because that would make sense. I probably bothered him to give me some before I failed to impress him with my passionate rapping. So, measure head check. I don't know if I have to have internalized advanced race theory to be able to attempt this one, but it's there in the journal, so I'm going to give it a look anyway. Nobody comes close to Measurehead. Incorrect. I'm going to walk right the fuck up to it. Extremely proximal. Hello.
Your race descent has temporarily halted, but you will fall again.
I might as well smoke the cigarette now, right? It'll last a while. I'll retain the brain power that is somehow afforded me by tobacco. For at least half an hour, I got to imagine. First, I just got to make them dance around in my inventory till one appears. Right one, right? That's not the speed. Good stuff. Intellect raised. I am in flavor country. Okay, so.
Your race descent has temporarily halted, but you will fall again.
Okay, well, subscribe to his advanced race theory. 83%.
Ask what kind of races there are first. Classification is core to this stuff.
Measurehead, I am new to this world. Help me understand its races. I need to know what kind of different races are there.
Do you?
This is for the thing.
What thing? We already got in the harbor. You just want to hear about races, don't you?
I just wanted to pass a white check. He thinks I'm racist now.
You are obviously a liberal, Sailite. A polyculturalist. I can see it from your love of microtechnology and your sartorial choices. Do not deny your friend the truth you have denied yourself. There are 3 categories of race. Type A, the heroic races. Type B, the servile races. And the vile CF race cauldron of pederasty. Which one do you need education on?
Type A, I guess.
Those are the Simonese, the Areopagite, and the Occidentals, excluding the Maun, of course. The Maun are riddled with eczema to the point where they find it impossible to smile. They are all lactose intolerant, a common result of inbreeding. A receding genetic pool has led the Maun on reprehensible street parades. In Maun cities like Stadskanal and Vredefort, wearing wooden clogs on their feet and little green tassels on their hats.
Okay, wait, who exactly are the Maun?
You know them by the names of their nation-states. The Oranese, the Gotwaldians, and the Königsteiners. My people simply call them Maun.
The dude who was teaching his child about the mural, he was Gotwaldian, right? I think.
The Maun are proof that you can have too much Occidental racial purity and tassel-centric culture.
Tassel-centric culture. Good grief.
Led to a lactose-intolerant subrace whom no one can take seriously.
Colorful tassels are, let's be honest, not a good sartorial choice for this
I love
century.
the composure honed
You
in
might
on
want to
tassels,
avoid
too.
wooden clogs too.
Even if it doesn't necessarily land on the same side of the fence regarding them as I did. Okay, got it. Who are Type A then, in your view?
The Vespertines and Messenians of Vesper and Messina. The ancient Meteorans of Meteo by the golden Pisantic Sea. The Suren of Sur-la-Clé, and even the North Königsteiners. All have Type A race propensities.
I thought he was about to say T-Pain.
The other large mondial civilization, the Mesk, are too yellow and oleaginous to count as a heroic race. True, they are violent and expansionist, but they have a glandular problem.
He draws his finger across his face.
Overproduction of sebum. Sebum is leaking into their brains, making them listen to El Mariachi music and eat toxic minced meat.
Hell yeah.
Which in turn only produces more sebum.
So, it's just like a list of racist critiques, right? Kinda not the most engaging conversation I've ever encountered. And who are the Semonese and the Areopagites in this? Areopagites?
As proven by the Maun and the Mesk, Occidental Type A is in retrograde. The Semonese and the Areopagite are on the ascent.
Oh, God, this is extensive. What's the difference between the Semonese and Areopagites?
The Areopagites are sleek, long-headed. The Semonese are powerful, mesomorphic. The former is an immutable progenitor, unchanged since the Super Isola of Pericarnassus. Ancient brains rest in their slender skulls.
He falls silent, contemplating the beauty and the mystery.
The latter is perfected and adapting. Together they form the Simeno-Areopagite or Simeopagite super race. That is all. There are no more Type A races in the world.
Damn, I don't even have an option for actually please shut up. I actually gotta go B or C to F. When in Rome.
Type B are the unheroic races, amorphous non-competitors of the great race. The Khoikos and the Vacholier, they are mud-colored people.
Mud-colored?
To an untrained eye, the Koiko appear white and pinkish, like a ham sandwich. But look into their eyes and you will see. They are of an indistinct muddy color, and so is their skin. Unhealthy, sweaty, and ashen. Pinkness is a racial quality that has to be earned through centuries of advanced ballistic warfare and cultural domination that the Grad people have undergone for drinking alcohol and smoking the degenerate tobacco herb and for eating potato. The Koiko, the countless micronationalities of Grad, are all inexplicably obsessed with potat. The only thing they like more is dividing into microscopic ethnostates, like political amoeba.
Go on.
Revacholians, halfway between Type A and the racial cauldron. Two makes to know right from wrong. You tried your degenerate little revolution, which was the single greatest failure committed by humans in our 82,000-year history on this planet.
Is it 82,000 years that we've been recording history? You have very little idea of what is happening, but that seems a little off.
Go away, stupid political thoughts. I'm pretty sure history hasn't lasted that long.
The mysteries of the people of this planet are a tragedy that has played out countless times over, like a fever dream of skin, hair, and bone. Wake up, naive Chespius.
I'm sorry. Unless I'm mistaken, you just called me a king. Okay. Yeah, I've heard about this revolution. Mistakes were made, but it was the right stuff. You're wrong about it. I'll just say that as a way to call this dude wrong, to be honest.
The revolution came to Ravachol from Grad, in Zarath-ridden potato carts. It is literally an illness. A prion disease that leaves the parietal and frontal lobe ridden with holes. A soft, sponge-like mass of dementia, hallucination, and paranoia. The revolution is fatal familial insomnia. A hereditary prion condition passed from the Koiko to the Occidentals. But not sexually. Probably through trade routes and potate acid, the prime component of the potato plant. Enough of Tibet mediocrity.
He nods, satisfied with the outcome. This man talks an awful lot to be doing it at such a painfully slow pace. The vial C2F race cauldron of pederasty, please.
Tips CF are a museum of failed chimeric experiments and tragic maladaptations. They are tortured creatures waiting to be put to sleep. Your morbid interest in them worries me.
Yeah, better not go into it.
It would be cruel to entertain ourselves with their deformities. Were there any able-bodied races you needed education on?
Yeah, that would be cruel to acknowledge the existence of people that you think are deformed. Neat. Now that we've been through all the types, do I understand advanced race theory?
You understand nothing. To solve the great race enigma, you have to first ask yourself, what is the race enigma? You have not even worded the mystery, let alone solved it.
Alright, so how do I word the mystery?
You need to internalize what you have heard here today, then return to me. This clarity does not come instantly.
That was bars. Anyway, so this is the Thought Cabinet tutorial. Might be getting to it a little bit late.
I cannot possibly imagine what else we have to discuss, Tibere Vacholian.
Your love for disco music and venereal disease?
I mean, I would love to stand here and discuss disco with you, but I don't think you're actually genuinely interested in doing so, so I'm gonna walk away from you now. Goodbye.
Why does art inspire you so much?
I'm sorry. Am I getting art cop thought off having somebody just blast me with a bunch of race bullshit? Why? I mean, it does, yeah, but what is art?
Excellent question. Art is a diverse range of visual, literary, auditory, and performative creativity. It's an expression of imagination and technical skill. Additionally, it's history, criticism, and pure enjoyment. In short, art is the highest form of human communication, representation, narrative, emotion, and agency intertwined.
Would I fit into the art world? I mean...
Have you looked in the mirror lately? To be honest, you have the exact features of the modern artist, with that wild hair and those clothes. Perhaps you should try to write poetry someday, and critique architecture.
Do I have the exact features of the modern artist? With my stolen metal military gauntlets? Maybe I do. Maybe I do. Hold on, architecture is also art?
Of course not. It's autism.
Okay.
Box drawing.
Damn.
Masturbation with a ruler and a sextant, or whatever they use. You should demean and criticize the genteel institution of architecture, while extolling the virtues of the pure arts.
Man, my guy's all fucked up in his brain about shit, huh? What about music? Is that art?
Only the most experimental kind.
Okay. I guess I have been feeling critical lately.
Yes, you seek substance. No vapid representations and reproductions of social mores as made manifest in stuffy biennials. We're talking real, living art here. Become the art cop. Half art critic, half cop.
Wait, but don't I have to be 100% cop to get the case finished and all that?
Quit being so indecisive. What are you going for here? Some kind of indecisive and camp aesthetic now? Strike a bold shape here. Go art or go home.
I don't like you anymore, conceptualization. Okay, if 50% art critic is what's needed to free me from rote repetition, so be it.
Exactly. It's not only your duty to only catch the criminals off the street, you must also apprehend criminals of the printing press and the gallery, the trite and derivative artists and writers of the world.
Thought gained actual art degree.
Go ahead and provide savage criticisms, art cop. The world is yours to rip to pieces and reassemble.
I love that he's just all in on the mispersuasion that being artistically inclined involves tearing down art that you deem to be unworthy. Like, it's so in line. Okay, actual art degree. Yeah, it's another copper type, the worst one, the most savage and brutal. The art cop. Nothing is ever good enough for him. Everything is shit. You have to employ an armada of adjectives to depict and demean the mediocrity of the works and visual institutions around you. Really flex that critical muscle, until the vocabulary for punishing mediocrity becomes second nature. Here we go. -1 perception. Can't even look at this shit. God, that's good. I don't have space for this right now. It's a quick one, though. It's only an hour and 30. I could maybe briefly shelve Homosexual Underground to fit this in, and then stop it before it finishes so that it's almost done if I do want to finish it. That kind of juggling I haven't been doing much of, but I did figure out that it's possible, and I maybe should buy into it a bit more. But I'm not sure. I keep putting my water down in a different place. You see me and I'm like, ooh, 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 I'm like an octopus over here. Right. Advanced race theory, -1 drama, fooled by the absurdity. A mass of fantastic races swirls in your head. Desert pygmies playing with their own excrement, Koikos juggling potatoes, eczema-ridden Morns grinning and dancing on wooden clogs. Everyone is there, the whole race gang, plus some that you may have come up with yourself. The thieving subkips and a seer-like cast of fortunates hatching some kind of scheme. In the eye of this race Empyrean, a vertigo reaching up to the heavens, you sense something, drawing nearer. Nearer. So based on the wording of -1 drama for the duration of thinking about it, fooled by the absurdity, I get the impression that if I do think about this one, the result isn't going to be, you hate everyone now, and some really weird bonuses. I would expect this to come out as, what the fuck was any of that, but I don't know. It's another one that doesn't take long, presumably this one partially on account of it being, again, somewhat embedded into tutorialization that I just refuse to engage with. But it's also really pretty hollow, I think, so that helps to explain why it wouldn't take that long to think about. I'm comfortable with the thought cabinet in its current state, working on the things I'm currently working on. That was a long conversation, no? Are my cigarettes still working? Please say yes. Okay, good. I was worried because I only had 2, but unfortunately, even with the bonus, I have 2, so... Right. 1 more minute and we're all leated up. But not yet. Map. Let's see. Currently on my conceptualization bullshit. Backyard wall. Let's try backyard wall. I believe that's behind Kuno S. Is there anything else on the way? Box of sunglasses. It's not quite directly in the way, but it's not much of a diversion. It's mostly en route. Now we're going to have to nip down to the waterlock briefly. But then we just got to head up and around the building opposite the whirling. Oh, what's that? What's this shit over here? But what shit? Whoa, what the fuck? There's no Safed here? Has that been there the whole time, or did someone just put it down? I feel kind of bad taking it now. Box of sunglasses. I presume that's the smallest one?
The shine on these sunglasses lasts a lifetime, officer. 100% guaranteed.
Let me just check the other boxes, in case you're selling something that improves conceptualization that I just didn't buy.
Coming back. That's good, officer.
Composure
keep
4.
Browsing those clothes, keep saving that economy.
Half-light pants. I should have gone more all in on half-light. I didn't realize until it was a bit too late that that's the one that makes things really, really ridiculous. I thought physical instrument would kind of share a lot of that, but... Maybe, as an experiment, I should put on all my half-lightest clothes at some point and see if it gets me into any stupid situations.
The speakers below are banged up and worthless. The sneakers triumph.
They are good. Good shoes.
They're the star of the show here.
It's all my money, but 2 of those bonuses. Very useful. No conceptualization,
Shine on these
unfortunately.
sunglasses lasts a lifetime, officer. 100% guaranteed.
I don't feel great about this one, but I'm going to try it anyway.
No luck. All you find is this lime-colored cellophane visor, produced by a bargain sportswear brand called Amphibian, apparently. There's a malformed green frog on its bent cap.
You're selling me some kind of sad chat?
Oh, that visor is perfect for you, officer. It'll definitely keep the sun out of your eyes while you're shooting criminals. Bang, bang! And all for a mere 6 real.
Joke's on you, I don't know where my gun is. Kim, a firefight's something we should be prepared for?
I hope not.
He says, looking up from his browsing.
You don't like it? Sure, Square Joe. No problem. Let's get you some real shades.
I'm sorry, did you just mock the shape of my face? I had polio. Get the fuck out of here. I think it was a compliment, but don't talk about my jaw. Only I get to talk about my jaw. I am the jaw. Talk about your own damn jaw. Alright. Wall around the back. Were you a composure check? What was this?
Every snowflake is like a little gift from the sky.
You were a composure check. That's 2 very nearby composure checks. But I don't know if either of them actually helps. If I had 4 or more skill points, I very may well just put one into this now. As it stands, no. Not just yet. Although, as soon as actual progression resumes, I got to imagine, somewhat hopefully, that there's going to be a lot more XP coming in. The sea breeze carries more than salt. Meat. Not rotten, not fresh. Grilled. I presume it means the smell of meat. I presume there isn't meat being carried from the sea, in the air, on the breeze, just pelting people.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here.
This is a rough one. I'm not seeing it happen. Why am I looking at this wall?
Yeah, why? It's a wall. An ordinary wall.
Why must we stop to look at this wall every time we pass by? We have business to attend to.
It was on the route. It really wasn't. I specifically came here for the wall. Well, there goes another one of my conceptualizations. Where else? I'm sort of working my way across town, back to Suna. Tommy Lahom. Alright. It is time to put a point in. No, it's not yet. We do Suna, then we do the point. And then we redo the loop we just did. More methodical than is necessary, especially considering it guarantees us no success. Ours is poorly worded. It doesn't guarantee a lack of success, but no success is actually guaranteed. Okay. Get me back to the fast travel. The way this game handles time is strange. So you can't pass time at a bench unless you're not with Kitsuragi. Or, I don't know, if there's like other partners you can be with. Basically, you seem to have to be alone to pass time on a bench. But through various means, you can be alone from the very start of the day if you choose to. At least, if you haven't dealt with certain things yet. So I don't know why it doesn't let you pass time on the bench when you're with someone, other than that it might annoy them, but half of what I do annoys Kim, you know? Morale!
It's great to see you again, officer. My wife can't wait to thank you. Go on, talk to her.
Okay. Hey, Lena.
Oh, sweetie, I don't even know how to thank you for finding my husband and helping him out. I hope we haven't been too much trouble for you.
It was just on my way.
Here, I want to give you a small token of my gratitude. It's a tie. Mexican origin. The pin is an antique. Quite special.
She hands you a thin ribbon held together by a silver bird skull. Wasn't one of my white checks with Estelle about a silver bird, the hand-eye coordination one, the reaction speed? Does she call herself Silverbird? Is that a similar term and I'm misremembering?
The little silvery knob holding the tie together feels warm in your hand. It's in the shape of an avian skull with 8 eyes.
Hell yeah, Spider-Bird. Yeah, the Spider-Bird in the Piss Fist jacket. And the Crabman in the Fuck the World jacket. Oh, I could be more suggestive with my clothing. That actually doesn't sound right, but it's quite literally what I mean. Just also literally is not what I mean. Alright, that's probably What does this say? A slender bolo tie held together by an antique clasp in the shape of a bird skull. The skull features 8 cavities for eyes. It's disturbing, but you can't look away. +1 Inland Empire. Octuple Vision. +1 Volition. Cryptids Protection. I mean, my horrific necktie won't be happy about it, but I might put it on at some point. Back in the suggestion pit. I have a suggestive shirt, and no, I don't have a suggestive shirt. That is not true. I think I just have 2 coats that do suggestion. And I'm wearing one. It might even just be one, so fuck it. Hello.
Oh, hello, sweetie. So nice to see.
Sometimes the most charming thing you can do is be reasonable in your requests.
Could you tell me about just one more interesting cryptid? The Insulindium phasmid was great.
I suppose you could use a break and I could use a distraction.
One cryptid, like you said. One. This can't turn into some kind of cryptid extravaganza. We have things to do.
Cryptid extravaganza? I like the sound of that.
And I don't. Just one.
Okay.
Or he'll be disappointed in you.
See, that's the last thing I want to have happen. I keep causing him to be disappointed in me, and I keep opting into decisions that end up with him being disappointed in me. But it's still the one thing I want to avoid.
Ooh, tough choice there.
Ooh. I guess I should ask about the tie, right? Is this bird a cryptid?
No. It's the cryptid.
The cryptid?
Oh, yes.
The small silvery skull shines between your fingers, its beak sharp. Okay, what is this bird?
The 8-eyed teratorn, the largest flying avian ever discovered, with a wingspan of 11.5 meters. It was thought to have gone extinct 3,500 years ago. Some even doubted the fossils were real. A mutation, they said. Until...
Mutation? All of evolution is a mutation.
Until
it was cited by renowned Gotvaldian explorer and naturalist Uwe Plattenkalk in 21.
I need to hear about this sighting.
It happened on a botanical expedition into the vast and unexplored Oamrau Canyon in southeast Ilmara. Dr. Plattenkalk got separated from his group during a sandstorm.
Oh no, my cigarette's gonna wear off. What happened?
Alone in the blasted desert heat, the doctor wandered eastward, where man hasn't stepped foot in over 1,000 years, since the fall of Pericarnassus. He was lost, without any navigation equipment and desperately low on water. After a day or two, he noticed a bird high in the noon sky. A great black bird. It seemed gargantuan. Every now and then, the bird would dive down to feed on an animal carcass somewhere on the horizon. But by the time Uwe got there, the teratorn had taken off already, and the carcass was picked clean. This happened many times.
Eat the bird. Uwe. It's the only way to survive.
Uwe. He started hunting it.
Yes, a bird that big has a lot of blood in it, and he was dying of thirst. For many days, Dr. Platzenkalk followed the teratorn until they reached a great canyon wall where the bird finally landed to rest. The professor climbed up there with a rock in his hand. He found the bird sleeping with his head tucked under its wing, a great black pile of feathers on the perch. So he approached, slowly squeezing the rock in his fist.
If I ain't got a weapon, I'm gonna pick up a rock.
Then the teratorn suddenly looked at him. He could see it had 8 eyes, 4 on either side of its skull, like a spider. And the man couldn't move. He was paralyzed, frozen into place with the rock in his hand. Whatever he did, he could not get closer to the bird.
Why?
The bird was controlling his mind. It kept him from approaching. He could step back, but every time he stepped forward, paralysis. Uva spent 3 days trying until the bird flew away.
An 8-eyed, mind-controlling bird. Fuck yeah.
Absolutely, sweetie. Cryptozoologists have been tracing it ever since, but Wamrao is vast, mysterious, and holds many secrets.
Modern radar telemetry shows great promise. We will confirm this one by the end of the decade, latest.
This one I liked. Not only does it have 8 eyes, and is a living fossil, and the largest bird ever to live, it also does mind control.
Hell yeah, he's getting it now. So that was the last anyone saw of it?
Sadly, yes. But there are numerous reports of 8-eyed bird skulls from Il Mara. And then there's the striking resemblance to the Pericarnassian imperial eagle, an ancient heraldic symbol that is hard to pass off as coincidence. The imperial eagle, too, had 8 eyes.
Not really. It's just stylization. The way they drew eyes. It's not a zoological drawing.
Very, very hard.
This one's very famous. Everyone knows it. People will be looking at that tie on you and thinking, that man is into cryptids. So, what else do you want to know?
Oh. I kind of want to ask about all of them, but I'm sure it can wait. Then again, I had to pass a white check for this, so maybe not. Is my cigarette still functioning? It is. This has been educational. Sadly, we need to discuss something else.
Of course, dear.
Nice, it's still okay, that's all for now, ma'am. Gary the crypto-fascist there, talking about how he doesn't go to meetings, I don't know. Not the best, dude. But we find him as much as possible, and even though we didn't see a penny of it ourselves, we worsened his quality of life, so... I'm not saying it's a good thing. It happened, though. It's probably only going to cause more unhappiness in him and probably in the people around him. I don't think it's going to cause any reformation of his political beliefs, but you know. What was the next step in my weird travels all over the world? Am I back to Suna? I think I am. I think I am. Okay. We'll go back to Suna, we'll try it. If it doesn't work, then we're going to put another point into conceptualization and we're going to loop back to some of the ones we just failed and re-fail them. Take me to church. Get me in there. Still chilly. Looks colder in the game, but still chilly. Heater's on, like. Equals false close brackets equals true. Equals false close brackets equals true. Get me in here. I gotta.
Yes. What is it?
I gotta roll some dice. Try it. Come up with a site for a mega long wave radio antenna.
Close your eyes. Unfold your mental map of Martinez. It's morning. You're standing on the plaza before the whirling in rags. The wind pushes a piece of tear across the cracked tiles. From the north comes the malicious laughter of 2 children.
Oh, the pictures are still there, my bad. Time to face the bay.
Your eye follows the tiles west. You see a bench and a few twisted, pitiful trees. Then, just water. From behind you, a low, spectral voice whispers, "Nay."
Why, though? Is the hawthorn tree interactable because I got a shivers prompt about it? Because I don't have that many shivers on my Switch playthrough. I could see that being something that sets it apart. I don't know what else would cause it to activate. If it isn't just something that's there to begin with. Time to face the apartments.
Beyond the unkempt backyard rises a monstrous assemblage of concrete, plaster, and corrugated sheet metal. The voice again, more urgent now. Nay.
Shivers doesn't like this one. Time to face the roundabout.
You turn around. The morning sun is blinding. You bring your hand to your brow, and a great shadow materializes before you. A towering beast, frozen in mid-air.
The statue of Philippe III.
The dead king and his horse. It could work. We'll need an adequate power supply and a great quantity of cable. If we connect the cables to some of the stranded lorries, we could theoretically increase the antenna's wavelength exponentially.
Are you treating those as the power supply? Because there is a power supply in the building near there that was powering the fridge and the ice cream maker, but I don't know if that's going to be powerful enough for something like this.
Whatever ambivalence she had about your project before, she's now fully engaged in solving this technical puzzle.
Let her think.
It's completely ridiculous, but I believe we could transform the entire roundabout into one solid fractal antenna.
A note of awe in her voice. She's shocked and pleased by her own audacity.
That's a very big antenna.
Yes, very likely the largest private antenna in Revachol. I have plenty of cables and amplifiers on hand. The power supply I will secure on my own. All we require now is the radio transceiver itself.
And where am I supposed to find a radio transceiver?
I cannot answer that for you, but I don't expect it to be that difficult. There's no shortage of radios around here. If you have real to spare, you might even be able to buy one. But it doesn't really matter where it comes from, so long as it works.
Does my boombox do radio?
And before you ask, no, you can't have the radio from Machinima.
I wasn't gonna ask that. It's probably built into the thing. Do radio computers have transceivers in them?
Certainly, though it requires a fair amount of technical finesse to remove them. Frankly, it's not worth the bother. Just find a regular radio.
Well, there's the radio outside my room at the Whirling in Rags, which always seems to be doing a weather report. Maybe I can take that one. Can't we just use your RAIN prefect?
Absolutely not. My RAIN prefect is my livelihood. If something were to go wrong, it would be a disaster.
Okay, I think I saw a radio in that office near the harbour.
That sounds like a perfectly adequate radio.
You know what, Kim? I'll find an even better radio than your Kanima's one, on my own.
I highly doubt that. When I crank the volume on my dyno wave, it's like you're in the front row at the National Concert Hall.
Alright, Kim, challenge accepted.
There is no need to go out of your way to find a top-shelf radio for this purpose. As long as it's functional, that is what counts.
Well, we'll see what I come up with.
In the meantime, I will gather the rest of the materials. We will meet back here when you have it.
Okay, I'm not going to go for the logic yet. Just in case maybe pursuing this further with her contributes further to the logic check going more in my favour than it currently would, which it would not. I'll let you walk in peace again. Well, when in the church, BRB. I don't know if this music just makes me really desperately need a piss or something, but I'm going again. I'll be right back. That's not a joke image, incidentally. It's just important stuff to keep in mind sometimes. That's not a joke either. Spirituality is like birds. This one's not a joke either. Young bands did leave. Maybe none of these images are jokes, except that they all are, except for that one that I originally said wasn't a joke. I'm gonna make coffee too. I'll be a couple minutes. Okay, I have eaten a small yogurt very fast, and I've got coffee brewing. And I'll probably leave the BRB up for like just a second until the coffee is brewed. Should only take a minute. Yeah. See, the longer I leave it as well, the more likely they are to do the weird idle animation I walked in on them doing the other day, and it's so good. I would love for it to be able to happen organically, but I think it did take kind of a decent period of absence for it to kick in, more than I would feel comfortable having live for no reason. Cop hands me my license. Parents conceived you in the spring. Yes, sir. With its well-documented connection with vitality, new life. Yes, sir. But you weren't born in the spring. No, sir. That fucking... I love that so much. And your ass hut. Also a classic. Don't worry, you're not missing anything in the church. You're just missing Andre being the best looking guy here, doing his dance. Same as it ever was. I keep going to put my phone in the pocket of these particular trousers, but when I sit in this chair in these trousers, my phone just falls out onto the floor. The frog almost seems to be begging you for your trash. It's a good job there's no frog bins in Disco Elysium, because I would have punched them to regain health. I don't want to do that. Let go. Yo, Elite Entertainment Zone is what Andre's saying. Is that what this is now? I don't think I can meet those expectations. It's too much pressure. I would simply commiserate. I will keep my ambitions smaller than that. I'm calling Mr. Police. I am Mr. Police. Get equipped with adult secret. How many images is this? It can't be that many. Considering I have no picture of what the folder actually contains anymore, like no idea in my head of the totality contained within. I seem to remember them all very well. Which gives me the impression I should at least put more in. If not completely pivot to a different type of BRB. But like I said, I did some highlights as a BRB video and I don't even know where I've put it. It was weeks ago. Never used the thing. Fuck Drake and Fuck Drake meme formats as an extension of Fuck Drake. But you gotta love a bit of David Lynch. Oh, we've auto-saved. Is this gonna go into the proper image in a sec? Oh, we gonna get it? There it is. Alright, I'm gonna grab this coffee. I'll be 1 sec. Some of these guys will be insulting girls with small buttocks. Try and open that trouser, their penis go just be like USB cord. And how? Okay. So. Considerably more protracted a BRB than I would have liked, but that's fine. We're back at it, so. Oh, my frame rate doesn't look right in OBS. What the hell? I'm sure it's fine. So, I got my composure check without having to put a point into it. I was kind of expecting to have to put a point into it. But now I'm in the business of finding a working transceiver, so. And. I completely forgot I need to go to Billy Majon's apartment. Put the advanced race theory idea into a free internalizing slot in your head. If there are no free slots, free one up. No thank you, I'm good. My head's busy with considerably more important matters. Although full disclosure, I did do the advanced race theory thing yesterday on my Switch on day 4, I think I am on Switch as well now. And it has pretty good bonuses, so I'm tempted. Just not tempted enough to spend a whole skill point to forget something that maybe already has better bonuses. Constantly having to kind of rethink and reshuffle my thought cabinet. Because I have some level of attachment to all of the ideas that are currently up there. Not necessarily on a thematic or conceptual level. Those kind of come and go. But from the actual bonuses, mechanically, some of them real useful. I looked at this, right? It's a big old wall.
You see a once bright mural towering above you. The signage has peeled off over the years, but you can still make out Feld Electrical R&D.
Randy.
A slogan used to intertwine with the loops a long time ago.
So it did. So, if I'm going to be out this way, if I'm going to be fishing villaging, I might at least as well try and get involved with some signatures. A little black swallow circles above you. You hear it chirp. Lovely stuff. The problem is for getting these signatures, unless I'm misremembering, I think it's going to take some purple-white checks. I think she's one of the people I can ask.
the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help you with?
I found this jacket, but it's filthy. Could you possibly wash it for me, please?
I can wash it for you, but it's going to take about a half an hour. Think you can stay put for that long?
I can, but I'm still in flavor country from the cigarette, so I probably shouldn't yet. What were my other checks? In the blue zone. What do we got? Logic. I probably should have even tried in the church, because my standard percentage for that would be even lower had I not smoked a cigarette. There's the logic when we talk to Kitsuragi too, which is decent actually because it incentivizes us to put a point into logic to be able to do it again, but we're not going to be able to get the percentage up to anything worthwhile even by doing that, so I am loath to do so. Visual check on the set of tracks. Back at the Whirling. There's the impossibly rhetorically locked door. The Samaran Butter, if anyone can help me out with this one, where the fuck is this check? I looked for this for like 20 minutes on my Switch yesterday. I can tell it's down by Sileng, I'm pretty sure. Or is that below? No. No, it is that side of the waterlock. I couldn't find any dialogue options that had anything to do with a white check for Samaran Butter, and I have it in both files now. And I was just down there, but I didn't really speak to him this time, huh? We'll see. I really wanted to get the rap right for Tommy Lahom, but even if I put points in, and I smoke cigarettes, it's not necessarily going to do it, because I still just don't have good numbers for it. And I would hate to waste one of my experience points on another failed dome piece wrap. So I guess I'll put that dream to rest for now. Or at least sequester it to the back burner. And in the meantime, I'm just going to stop obsessing over the fact that I smoked one cigarette, because they're not even expensive. They don't really help all that much with my lack of intellectual capacity that I rock before I smoke the cigarette. So, you know. Let's try and get these signatures, I suppose. Or see if there's some way to game it so that...
Hell yeah.
Okay. Volition seems very, very keen to sit here for half an hour, so let's go.
No, we must run around ceaselessly. It would be torture to stay put.
Physical instruments got me.
I could use a breather. It's been another track and field day.
So he could use a breather. But I guarantee you, if I said no, not right now, and I walked several meters across, and I went to sit on a bench, he'd go, "We have no time to sit down. There's a murder investigation." Kim, my man. I beg of you. Sometimes if I want to sit down, you gotta go like, yeah. If you're gonna constantly be like, you're not allowed to sit down, why do you then think that you can chime in and be like, we should sit down? You're not the boss of sitting down. I outrank you. I bullied you into dancing because I outrank you so much. But yeah, let's sit down.
Well, hand it over then, and I'll see what I can do. Must say, I'm proud of this one. It's pretty nice underneath all that filth. I hope you'll have an easier life in your hands.
Thank you. I would have paid you for that service. I would have done like 5 real, probably. I mean, what would I have bought the jacket for? I don't even know what it does. I can't see until I'm at the conversation. I was asked to get your signature, though.
Eh? What's this about? Come now, I can't read all this scribble. Tell me what it says.
I don't know if mentioning Everart's a good idea. I don't know if mentioning real estate's a good idea. Everart wants to turn part of the village into a little youth centre.
Huh. I might be half blind, but it looks like part of the village is gonna be a street. The best part. The part we need to get out of our houses. Have you asked Lillian about this? I won't even consider signing till I know she's on board.
I have not, but I will go and talk to her, I guess. Lillian, hello. I have an envelope.
Waves are beginning to die down. Look at those little bastards. Simmer down. Simmer down, bastards.
I like this character. She feels like a Dishonored character. Kim's presence makes it awkward. Oh, wait. And ask her on a date. That's not what I'm trying to do. I don't think there's decent precedent for me to do that. Oh, but I apparently told you not to sign these. I have now changed my mind once again.
Everard and his plan for the village. I guess it does sound nice enough.
Isn't this Kitsuragi's pen? Use it anyway, but use my pen.
He has a pen in everything.
No, I don't like this actually. Maybe don't do this.
Here you go.
Well, why did you sign it?
I shouldn't have.
I mean, it's Everard, so it's probably a mistake.
Probably, but it is a youth centre and I have children. Got to give them something else to do. They're cute and small now, but they're growing up fast. I had my first drink when I was 11 because I was so bored.
Yeah, but they need somewhere to grow up. Like, while they're growing up. Not just the promise that somewhere will be there. And that you'll, magically be able to afford it when it is?
Anyhow, you also need Isabel's signature. If it's a bad idea, she won't sign. You'll find she's a tougher nut to crack than me.
Okay. So it's not the end of the world. We don't have enough signatures yet. And I could also just not post it even if I do get it. I really, really, really want my gun back though, you know? I'm looking for someone else actually.
Oh?
Oh no,
Who?
sorry. My mistake.
Well, how can I assist you then, officer?
You see that car in the sea? I did that.
Oh. That's good to know, I guess. Why is it in the sea?
It's an installation. Very conceptual.
An installation? Us poor people are stupid and don't get installations. All I see is a heap of trash. This actually calls for a funeral, I think.
Are you suggesting we honour the carcass of my former motor carriage?
Aye. Feels deserved, don't you think? Falling in the line of duty like that and all?
It may have been pushed. One odd thought though, maybe I should.
Why odd? Our things are part of our life world. They're made with our human sweat and they share human history. We should care about them as we care about humans. To some extent, at least.
The caring about humans is rooted in the fact that those humans feel emotions. I would have thought. I'm not disagreeing with you necessarily, but there's a difference. But yeah, I'm in. Organising a funeral takes a lot of time and effort though, doesn't it?
Oh yeah? You won't even be able to get it out of the water before early June. And where are you going to bury it? Who to invite? What music to play at the wake?
I mean, Kim said it'll be there for years, so...
Take it from someone who's been through a few funerals. It's easiest to just leave them there and let nature take care of it.
This was your idea!
That's all we have time for right now anyway. Come back here in June and see how you feel about it then. It's not like it's going anywhere.
Why did you tell me to have a funeral for it and then be like, yeah, but don't though? What do you mean? It's a pity we don't get to do more frivolous side activities, like rejuvenate the doomed commercial area, or...
Yes, that is a pity. But for now, let's focus on the things we do get to do. Like the murder investigation, for example.
I mean, we are still going to rejuvenate the doomed commercial area. I don't know how. I'll figure it out. I'll open a shop there. Okay, well, I've reassured her about signing the documents, which improves my chances of success when asking her on a date. But, it actually doesn't improve them at all. It stands to improve them. It would have improved them had I bet a suggestion. Or maybe even if Kim wasn't here, but he is. And I don't see us getting rid of Kim until he goes to bed. So, you know. Maybe we won't get that date with Lillian. That's all fine. Frankly, she probably doesn't need the hassle. Okay. Just a fucking bottle of speed hanging around. What the fuck? It's like my bedroom, dude. Neat. Alright, Kim, you love sitting down so much.
The worn and beaten wooden planks of the bench do not look overly comforting.
We can sit on benches after we've solved the murder. Let's go.
How dare you? I fucking knew it. He only sits on his own terms until they fall asleep, and then it feels like someone else is doing it when he does it. My brain wants to say masturbation. My heart doesn't. Oh, but I did.
The legend!
What have
He's
I done?
back. And firstly, I got smokes and piss and a little speed to spice things up.
Why would I pay 15 real for some speed from you when I just got prescription speed from a barrel in the snow? Come on, man. You gotta be better at business than this.
Uncle.
The drunk man speaks in his sleep. Drool dribbles from the left side of his mouth and down his jacket lapel. Hey, wake up.
There's no waking him from his stupor. His mind is elsewhere.
Fair enough. Irritable Doom Syndrome, how are you doing?
Tequila Sunset.
Idiot Doom Spiral. I'm ready now. I've seen it. Tell me the story of Tequila Sunset.
Mm-hmm. Let me take a sip to moisten up my chords. Tequila Sunset rolled into Martinez last Friday. And by Tequila Sunset, I mean you. The man, the myth.
Wait, did we meet on Friday?
Hey, let's not jump ahead of ourselves. This is your story. Stop interrupting.
He takes another sip, then continues.
You got here on Friday to solve a case, hoping to be the early bird who gets the worm. And by the worm, I mean the buzz. Because as far as I know, all you did was get pissed drunk. Word on the street is you went around the local hostel telling people that you're a police officer, and that it would be really fucked up if you shot yourself in the head right in front of them. That's pretty high concept, if you ask me.
Oh yeah, that's totally your style. The lieutenant's brow is furrowed. He's listening as casually as he can.
Yeah, it's not the first time this has come up.
Hey man, I'm not judging. This life's a valley of woes. Some of the highest concept people in history have killed themselves. And been drunks.
See, I'm almost half flattered by his use of the term high concept, but he's just wrong. I'm so non-conceptual. Despite being an art cop. I only have 3. That's pretty low concept.
Either way, it was a late Saturday night when we, the Union of Moribund Alcoholics, got our drink on. Nothing remarkable about this. We get our drink on 24/7. Makes everything warm and glowy. I trust you know the feeling. One moment we hear the sound of a motor carriage revving up somewhere on the plaza, followed by a series of dings and bangs.
Do you remember the sound of wood cracking? The billboard?
Naturally, loud noises pique the interest of anybody owning a pair of ears. That's just the reality we're in.
They're called ear users in current year? Naturally.
Anyway, there was a brief silence. A gasp of silence, if you will. Followed by a real commotion. We heard the carriage careening towards the coast at top speed. Sounded like someone jumped the canal. We grabbed our brewskis and rushed to the jetty. Never underestimate the speed of an alcoholic.
So you're telling me I careened my kinema. I knew that was going to be a difficult one to say on the way in, but I wasn't expecting to actually botch the landing the first time.
3 men are standing on a wooden platform extending out from the shore of a dilapidated fishing village. Their cheeks red, spirits high, beers in hand, eyes glazed over.
Hell yeah.
What we saw was a sight to behold. A beat-up police carriage containing you. Right there on the beach, you revved the engine and screamed at the top of your lungs, "The time hath come!" So, naturally, being the curious cat I am, I asked what time hath come. To which you replied, "The time hath come for Tequila Sunset, the end of all things!"
I'm just gonna say nothing. It's more dignified that way.
After which, your reality contracted. You jammed the pedal, plowed right off the jetty, and through the ice.
Your hands cramp on the steering levers.
We ran towards the ice whilst you crawled your way out, miraculously unhurt, covered in seaweed and shit, like some kind of sea monster. When we finally got there, you were sitting on the beach crying. You said that your badge and uniform were in the car. It was too late to get in there, though. The carriage had sunk too deep. Recognizing a brother in need, we offered our condolences and invited you to party with us, which you naturally agreed to.
What else was there to do? Thank you, brothers, for your helping hand.
Yeah, thank you. That sounds sweet.
We asked about the whole Tequila Sunset thing, and you told us it was your name now, and insisted that we all call you that from then on.
Wait, so is Tequila Sunset an event or a name?
I'm not sure. I think you were the event.
Hell yeah.
Tequila Sunset. You know, as opposed to a Tequila Sunrise, which is long gone.
Tequila Sunset, huh? Sounds pretty good.
Yeah, I agree.
How long did we party for?
Hours. It was an all-night drink-a-thon. Then, at some point, I think it was Sunday morning, you got belligerent and wanted to talk about Revacholian women.
Uh-oh.
How they're beautiful and also whores and so on. How one of them fucked you real bad. After a short while, you crossed the event horizon, looked sullen, got up, and left without saying anything.
Wow, that's quite a story.
Yeah, I bet Tequila's a fucking legend around the precinct. You must be proud to work with him.
Well...
If you only knew.
I mean... It seems like I had a good reputation. I solved 216 cases, I only killed 3 people. It's not that bad. This is all completely new to me. So I'm fascinated. I just don't know where to begin. This is some of the most direct, explicit information about before the game began that I've actually received. Doesn't mean it's accurate, but it sounds accurate, and I don't know why this dude would be lying to me. Did I tell you anything specific about the person that fucked me?
You were pretty vague about it, but you kept saying you got fucked real hard, and that we've all been fucked too.
No one's fucked me. I do the fucking around here.
I'm pretty sure I just, like, stole your inventory of prescription speed from, like, next to you and you didn't give a shit. So, on the one hand, get fucked. On the other hand, yeah, I'm sure you do, man. Go off.
Abigail.
Abigail. So true. So true.
It seemed pretty painful, to be honest with you. If I had to guess, I'd say you're still working through some shit.
That was the impression that I got myself. Did I mention losing anything else?
Beside your gun and your badge? You said something about your hope or heart or something. To be honest, the details are a little hazy.
Is that right?
In retrospect, I guess you lost your motor carriage too? That's a big one.
Did I say anything about my colleagues?
You told us that they were a bunch of fucking losers whose main interest was cramping your style. No specifics, though. It was more about you that night. You were the star of the show.
One thing that hasn't really occurred to me, and I presume is not the case, but I am now finding myself wondering, are the various... Sorry about me bashing my cup into my desk, by the way. It's the controls for the standing desk. They jut down lower than the white surface of the desk, but they're black, so I don't actually see them in my periphery. But I bash the handle of my mug into them when I hold my coffee under the desk, which I'm in the bad habit of doing, because it keeps my hands warm, not that they're even cold, so I don't really understand why it's happening. These things here, things like Superstar Cup, Apocalypse? Brain, don't do this to me. Superstar Cup, Apocalypse Cup, Sorry Cup, Boring Cup, and the various political ones. Do these inform things about the character's past? Don't tell me, incidentally. But I'm just considering now that maybe some of the information you hear about the person that you are in the game changes based on what you do after you wake up. It never occurred to me before. I don't think that's what's happening, but I'm interested. Did I say anything about the case?
Yeah, you said it was no biggie and that you'd solve it in no time. And that you didn't need anyone to do it. You're doing it solo now.
A lot of cops go solo and hermit once they reach that level of alcoholism.
Hell yeah, Hobo Cop. I get extra money for bottles. Did we talk about, politics?
Yeah, you kept talking about how the coal mine owners were fucking us all over, just like that woman fucked you. I didn't agree with you, by the way. The spectral hand of the market makes sure everyone gets exactly what they deserve.
Huh. So did you get a read on what kind of cop I was?
You kept calling yourself a goddamn superstar who'd cleared 501 cases.
Well, that's an exaggeration. That's more than... Is that more than double? I was like 230 something, right? Oh dear, 216? Yeah. That's a hollow brag.
No thanks to the squares at the precinct, as you put it.
Unless, you know, I've also solved a bunch of cases off the record more than I have on the record, but that doesn't seem right. But I did call myself a goddamn superstar. And I am superstar cop. Huh. I wonder. I don't need to hear anymore.
It's a hard thing for a man to confront his past. That's why I avoid mine at all costs.
A noble aim. You seem like you're characterized by your storytelling ability. Do you want to tell me another one sometime?
Whoop-de-doo. So now I'm a fucking storyteller. Right. Why not? Better than a beach bum.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so do you want to tell me how you became Idiot Doom Spiral?
It depends, really. Are you willing to help me out?
That also depends.
The gleam in his eyes and the slouch in his posture is so incredibly familiar.
You want booze, don't you?
I don't want it, man. I need it. Can't tell stories without it. Dry stories are boring, you see? So, have you got anything for good old Idiot Doom Spiral? A bottle for a story. Seems fair to me.
Don't do it now, because I don't know how much alcohol I have. I didn't realize I had Commodore Red. I've been drinking Pilsner. Pilsner's cheap, right? Take the Pilsner.
Not much, but it will do.
He grabs the bottle from your hand and uncorks it immediately.
Hey, Spiral Boy, you gonna share that?
One of the other bums interjects. Gargles the near comatose man.
Shut up, guys. I'm telling a story here. Something happened to you. Something happened to me, too. My actual name is George, but around here, you already know. I was once a reasonably high net worth individual, a founder/junior partner at a high concept creative services agency. When my story begins, I had just landed a major contract with an insurance firm. I used the profits from my agency to finance what I called a cultural incubator. Abstract value generation, value per person, high concept stuff. I developed the paradigm, worked within the paradigm, but the burden of leadership weighed heavily on me. So I went jogging every so often to keep myself sane.
Wait, how many people did you have working for you?
22 full-time employees, an all-star team, a potentially historical set of individuals. Worrying about them often kept me up well into the morning hours.
Did jogging help?
It did. With my trusty Sansarique tracksuit, I felt like I could conquer the world. But now dreams are worn thin, much like my tracksuit.
He says thoughtfully, brushing dust off his shit-stained pants. What happened?
One day I left on my evening run. As you may know, it's impossible to clear your head when you're distracted by the sound of keys jangling in your pockets.
He shakes the bottle and makes a ringing sound.
His eyes are clouded, his dilated blood vessels encircling his irises like stinging brambles.
So I removed the key ring and put the keys for the front gate and the apartment into different pockets to stop the jangling, you see? At least, that was the plan. I was halfway done with my usual lap when it started to rain. The reality situation became very wet, very quickly.
How wet are we talking exactly? The fuck?
Wet, okay? It was raining really hard.
There's a trace of derision in his voice.
I made my way back home and discovered that I didn't have the key to the front gate. I'd mixed it up with the key to the letterbox, which was useless. Naturally, the situation required me to climb over the gate, which I did. There was no climbing down because I slipped and landed on my ass.
Oof, I would have landed on my feet. I got feline reflexes.
No, you don't.
Shut up, savoir-faire.
Whatever. The point is, reality was looking rather grim just then. Me lying on my ass in a mud pit in the middle of a heavy shower. But when life knocked me down, I always got up.
Yo, it's the Chumbawambaman.
So I made my way across the yard. Standing in front of my apartment door, fumbling with my pockets, I realized that I'd also forgotten my apartment key.
You gotta be shitting me.
I wish I were, Tequila. I wish I were. Instead of my apartment key, I'd taken the key to the office.
This man's just drowning in a key nightmare. It's awful. Okay, so what happened next?
I rang my neighbors' buzzers. It was late, and most of them didn't even answer. Those who did assumed I was trying to sell them something and hung up before I could even explain the situation. People are naturally wary of ad men, you see. One moment someone chats you up, 5 minutes later you've bought a box of edible lingerie and a strap-on. I don't begrudge them, especially since I was known to be one of the best.
He pauses meaningfully.
Just then, I experienced a moment of clarity. I still had the key to my office. I could wait out the storm there. But when I reached my office, I remembered that I'd asked one of my producers to change the locks that day. And since I hired only the best, he'd already done it, and I couldn't get in.
Poor dude's living in some kind of fable now.
Anyway, long story short, life spiraled out of control. I haven't gotten into my apartment for years, and my girlfriend left me because she didn't want to date a homeless man. The company, well, you see where I'm going with this.
Damn. Keep track of your keys, people. You don't want to end up like irritable bowel syndrome over here.
He pinches his thigh as if to check whether this reality is the reality.
So, now you've heard my tragic tale. What do you think? Like nothing you've ever heard, huh?
Wait, is that it? I feel like there's some steps missing.
Tequila, I've thought about this series of events for a long time. If there was anything else to it, I would have thought of it by now.
Why didn't you go to the authorities?
Well, at one point they came to me, but, you know, I didn't have any ID on me. So they tossed me in jail for 2 days.
Yeah.
I can't say it increased my faith in the RCM. No offense, gentlemen.
I mean, I can assure you, if you had brought your issue to me, I'm not saying you had the ability to, but I would not have put you in prison. Like, you'd probably be back in your house. I'm very sorry that you encountered those particular members of the RCM. They seem bad at their jobs. I've only been a hobo cop for a few days now, but it doesn't seem so bad.
The hobo lifestyle definitely has some perks. Not having to pay rent, first and foremost. Not being responsible for 20 other people is nice too. But that charm wears off pretty quickly. Before you know it, you're wearing a shit-stained tracksuit and spending your days picking tear.
Why do you keep losing all your stuff?
Good fucking question, Tequila. If I knew the answer, you think I'd be hanging out on a beach in this formerly premium but now extremely dirty two-piece lycra tracksuit? I used to own my reality situation. My business buddies and I had our own creative services agency. I had a nice apartment, an even nicer piece of ass. But somehow it all got away from me. Now I can't hang on to anything. Just last week I stole this nice new jacket, but then I lost it too. The only things I haven't lost are these two drunks.
I mean, if you hadn't hit me with, I had a nice piece of ass, I might have just given you the jacket back. Now I'm not sure. What's up with the tracksuit?
What? You've never seen 100% Lycra before? Go on, feel that primo material.
The man extends his arm.
You really shouldn't touch it.
I'll just admire it from afar, thanks.
That might be the right idea. This here is one of the last of its kind. Should probably be in a museum, honestly. Can't get it anymore. It was too primo, even for Grodd.
ID on the fit?
Wow, you're lucky. He never lets me feel it.
Yeah, well, I elected not to.
That's because your paws are fucking filthy, Rosemary. We're right next to the bay. You could wash them anytime.
You're right next to the washerwoman. You could wash your clothes anytime. What about the other drunks?
My fellow members of the Union of Moribund Alcoholics? They're exactly what they look like.
Hey, tequila! You want to buy some speed?
How many times am I going to have to rub it in your face that I just took prescription speed from a barrel next to you for free?
Shut the fuck up, Rosemary. He's a cop, remember?
Yeah, Rosemary, shut the fuck up.
I thought he was a cool cop.
I am a cool cop. I just stole speed from a barrel next to you. We've been over this so many times.
A gurgling sound comes from the direction of the non-responsive man.
I love that the portrait for him is, upside down, like he's just lying there, which he is.
And yeah, you're already acquainted with abs. So yeah, that's basically us. We drink together.
That agency that you mentioned, what was the name of it?
My agency, man. The Boom Boom Room. Our concept was combining high art with the lowest forms of marketing. The color red, breasts, and oil painting. I convinced my partners to reinvest some of our profits in an even more high-concept cultural incubator called Thin Air. The artists were happy, the clients were happy. I was financing a group of poets in East Revachol who were developing a new universal poetic language. But then it all went to shit.
That's an interesting idea. A universal poetic language, huh? I don't know which to say here. I haven't internalized art cop as a thought yet. But I have a feeling, if I had, the appropriate response would be that mixing oil painting and breasts to make ads isn't high art, it's just cynical wankery. But there's no need to be mean to the dude. He's clearly having a bad time. Mixing high and low, commodifying culture, that's extremely my shit. I don't think that's extremely my shit. It's so high concept, I have no idea what it means.
I know. It was fucking awesome. Until I went on a jog, unleashing a cascade of doom that washed it all away.
A sorry tale, to be sure. Okay, what's this about a lost jacket, by the way?
Tequila, it's a verifiable tragedy. It was practically brand new. Sure, it didn't really go with my Lycra threads, but it did itch a lot less. Say, you're a detective, right? Maybe you can help old Doom Spiral out. Solve the case of the missing jacket. What do you say, Tequila?
You mean this jacket that I discovered on the boardwalk and had cleaned on a whim? The man examines the jacket for a moment, a look of consternation on his brow.
Nah, this isn't it. Found? That's medium concept stuff. Totally not my style.
Don't let Kuno hear you say that, holy shit. You take so much morale damage on the spot, you would die. So you're saying there's another lost jacket out there somewhere?
It's a big world out there, Tequila. Lot of lost jackets in it. Don't know why you'd think this could possibly be mine.
Hey, Doom Spiral. Ain't that the jacket you stole the other week?
Not on your fucking life, Rosemary. What's wrong with you people? Like I'd be caught dead wearing fawn, like some low-concept bicycle courier. Tell you what, Tequila. Why don't you just hang on to that one? I'll get another jacket. Someday.
Nice.
At least you got a nice jacket for your troubles.
All I've done today is get nice jackets for my troubles. Some of them are incredibly profane, too. It's like Christmas. None of Christmas is incredibly profane. not the angle of approach I was taking. I don't think I want to hear the story of your name again, but it seems to give me the option for it, so... Have you got any more stories first, I guess?
I do. But as you can see, my fuel tank is running quite low. If you catch my drift.
He spins the bottle in his hand. Not a single drop of liquid remains, so I just have to keep plying this dude with alcohol if I want him to keep talking about stuff. Question is, do I even want him to keep talking about stuff? Because I could take it or leave it at this point. I can always come back. I already gave you some. I don't want to keep doing that right now.
Then I can't keep on telling the stories.
That's cool. I might be back. I don't even know how much...
Let's step aside for a second. I have something I want to talk about.
Don't take me off this train of thought, Kim, okay? I will speak with you momentarily. First of all, let me look at the new jacket, because I don't even know what it is yet. +1 pain threshold, +1 half-light, -1 drama. Okay, element proof, always hot, sweat like a pig. This windbreaker is like a protective cocoon, placing the wearer's torso into a pocket universe where wind, water, dirt, and fire cannot harm them. Huge writing, 100% synthetic, is proudly displayed on the chest. It lets absolutely no air through. Warning, item is not actually fireproof. It's probably quite flammable, to be honest with you. Those things tend to be uncomfortably so. Some scary fabrics you can wear out there.
You take the legal documents out of the envelope. A 12 to 40 month construction period and the zoning plan in the addendum. Underneath all this, Lillian's signature and an empty line waiting for a signee.
Kim, what do you think of this?
I'm no property lawyer, but it looks fine. I like the print size. They're not selling or leasing anything. It's not a perfect solution, but...
He likes the print size. Best to at least smoke a cigarette before I try and look for a loophole. This is the cheeky lawyer's secret that they don't tell you. Ah, okay. Strides have been made. How long is left on Homosexual Underground? 58 minutes, okay. Well. Oh yeah, sorry. Mr. Kitsuragi. Lieutenant, sorry, that's my bad. Hello.
I've been meaning to have a little chat with you about your sense of style.
I'm literally wearing my uniform, aren't I? My style? What about it?
It's, well, a little eclectic, don't you think? How would you even describe what you're wearing?
Part of me wants to say they're just clothes, Kim, who cares? But I don't need another boring tally in my ledger. Or my log, not my ledger. My ledger is a considerably more psychically damaging thing for me to engage with. Superstar casual.
Well, I can't say it doesn't fit you. Still, you might try branching out a little. You know the expression, the clothes make the man. The right outfit in the right situation can make all the difference in the world.
Have you not noticed me undressing and changing clothes in front of everyone before I speak to them because I'm attempting to maximize my potential with them? Like, you followed me around everywhere. Nobody's seen me naked as much as you have, and it's all because I'm specifically changing clothes to try and create the maximal positive impression that I can for whatever situation I'm in. Why are you acting like this is news to me, sir? Anyway, okay. You're a sharp-dressed man. We could be style buddies.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves, detective.
We'll never be style buddies because he won't wear the matching jacket with me. He made that very painfully, heartbreakingly clear earlier on.
A warm smile.
Anyway, we should probably get back to the case. Let's go.
Let's go. Okay. Hey, kids.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the other watches him do it.
You must be Lillian's twins.
This one doesn't say anything, kicking the concrete with his worn-out sneaker.
Worn-out sneaker? He left the footprints. He killed the hanged man. Bake him away.
Lily's our mum,
Explains the other one, tongue still lolling out of his mouth. I already said that.
The stone kicker laughs suddenly. His head is too large for his shoulders.
Way.
The other one laughs as well.
Maybe she's laughing at his huge head.
The stone kicking isn't even of very high caliber. Anyone can do that.
I'm not gonna say children are stupid, what the fuck? Yeah, fuck it, children are stupid. The scruffy-haired little kid laughs as though in agreement.
You're stupid.
Oh no, I'm gonna take morale damage. I'm just gonna leave now. I'm gonna leave and not talk to you anymore. No, fuck that. How about the policeman asks you something else now? I don't think there's gonna be any options I haven't used, but...
Okay.
Yeah, bye kids, take care. Good stuff. I mean, Liliana's signed now. I don't think this other woman is the ideal signatory. I think I can probably get some kind of fake signature and prevent this from happening while still convincing Everard, because what he said was that he knew I hadn't posted the envelope because he knows the mailman. Is the mailman going to read my letter before he passes the news on to Everard? That seems unlikely. It's not out of the question, but it doesn't seem likely. But also, I don't really see any of the signatories. I take it you can't. No, I meant to talk to...
Tequila Sunset.
Not what I was trying to do.
The legend! He's back!
He's
and
back!
Firstly,
Okay, not him either, and I'm pretty sure this... Yeah. All I'm gonna get from that guy is don't call Abigail. Saying his name like a damn Pokemon. So... let's peruse. Failed my reaction speed check with a cell. What's left open though? Still no idea what's going on with the Samar and Butter. Set of tracks. Could go back there. Not gonna have a good shot at it though. Terrible lack of visual calculus up in my character's brain. It's not the worst of his intellect set. Oh! It actually almost is. It's tied for second worst. Alright, so let's go to Billy Majon's apartment. Sounds of life in the north. A washboard scrubs filth from fabric. Whose window is this? Through the broken glass, dusty shelves and a forgotten chair. I've been in here, right? Maybe I haven't, because I have thought bubbles hanging around. I could have sworn I'd been here. Oh, shit. A cold breeze is enough to make the wall planks creak. You see a dark red chair in the dim light of the room. Yeah, what the fuck? Is this like an interrogation room? Not a lot going on. I'll just sit in the chair and look at that's a bow tie. Wait, bow knot? Bow knot. Hold up. I'm sure it's the same, but I could have sworn this was called bow tie. Look, I'm losing my mind here. What's this? Northern Line. I gotta stop getting Twitch notifications. I don't need them. I'm waiting on an actual message about a delivery right now. Clothes. Where is this thing? What the fuck? It's been called bow knot the whole time. I mean, I never put it on because I used the horrific necktie, so it stands to reason that I get it wrong. But I really just looked at the picture and went, yeah, it's a bow tie. I don't think at any point I registered that it said knot on the screen. Good work, brain. Good for you. Proud moment. Coal City 08. Okay. Sounds like a music festival from 14 years ago. This postcard depicts a forest of smokestacks releasing fat plumes of smoke into blue cloudless sky. The tinge of age, the colour of old teeth, gives it a sickly look. Written on the back is a single sentence repeated twice. I got out. I got out. No addressee. Well, that sounds like a bad place. I know we've heard some bad stuff about Coal City recently. We just found a postcard of it saying I got out twice, so consistent with its reputation, at least. There's a boat tucked away here underneath the tarpaulin cover. True enough. I'm surprised I didn't go in here. We've been near, because we sat on those swings and looked at my car for quite a while. Just a tiny little bit that I overlooked. Seems the walker was either very confused or drunk out of his mind. Oh yeah, there's tracks here. Are these my footprints from my car? What the fuck? Huh. Are these still my footprints? I can't tell if they're still footprints or if they're just brush strokes now. I mean, I have IDS's account of where I was taken and what I did, so it's consistent with that. Back in my bedroom. I still need a radio as well, I just realized.
An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection of your face in it, such as it is. A regular, clean-shaven police officer.
And how? I already tried and failed the encyclopedia check, huh? Ah well. At least we're in a fast travelable location. We can just zoop out. Relatively painlessly. Especially now I am using the M key. Judiciously. So. Order of events. Let's get some pathing down. I need to get to the apartment, which means going around to the left and then up. And I also need to get a radio, which I want to go up to my old room at the Whirling in Rags just to confirm that I can't just steal the one that's out there. I'm presuming not, but the dialogue did make it sound like pretty much any radio would technically do. And also, like, I might have access to more expensive, better ones. I don't know if that's going to make a difference. She made it sound like it wouldn't. But by the fact that it's maybe a possibility, I'm inclined to a suspicion that it may affect something. This is the radio I was talking about. But nope. It's not only... Yeah, there you go. So it is on, it just won't let me take it. Ah, well. As I'm here... What did I just... Oh, L changes language as well as Q. Why is that on two different... I get why it's on L. Why is it on Q? I was seeing if, as we're next to class here, there's anything involved with her that's worth doing. Now, in fact, I need to speak to her again anyway. It's probably been enough time that I can chase up slightly more personal details about what she went through without her withholding them. And I checked this, right?
This window is pristine on the inside.
Leave. I'm also not sure how I found a hole in the wall, because that's another thing where on my other playthrough it wasn't there. But I don't have more perception on this one. I actually have equal perception. So I just couldn't find anything to do with a hole in the bedroom wall.
It's a fine day for questions.
Okay, which one do I pick? I figured one would be red. Let's talk more about this so-called assault.
Not my favorite topic, but okay.
Also not a useful topic for me right now, I think.
How about we, change the subject to something more lighthearted now?
Did I already chase this up further? I don't feel like I did. Question Classy about the dead man. She said you can't talk about him now, but you need specifics. Ask a little later. Okay. How? Do I need to pass... Do I need to pass the volition check? I mean, I'm hoping not. What else is going on volition-wise in the world right now? Let me see. So there's this Classier check, and... that is it except for one with Kim Kitsuragi, and I don't know how to access it. I don't think it's in regular conversation. It may never come up again. I don't know what the Kim Kitsuragi volition check is. I could try and quickly speak to him, but I'm in this conversation now, so... Could take Parolodon and try this here. Do I have other purple ones that aren't connected to volition? I saw some in there. I was looking over them because they weren't the right word, but there were some others. Empathy, suggestion. I could take Parolodon and try this volition check. And Asel's empathy check. And I guess Joyce Messier's Esprit de Corps check. And also need to get to that apartment, but I will try this now. Presuming I have enough of it. I have at least one left, right? 8 uses left, okay. Might just spend the rest of my life on this stuff. As soon as the game lets me use it. There we go. Volition, here we go. I think it's going to take some of the armor that was taken off the man whose death has seemingly upset her a lot. I hope that doesn't incur some kind of penalty in this particular situation. I could see it doing it. Bowknot, +2 drama, theatre kid. You're sure that wearing this tie is a statement? You're not sure what kind of statement, though. Neat. Do I have anything else, volition-wise? I don't think I do. I do. This seems like quite an important character to be having an important conversation with without having a horrific necktie on, based on stuff that the horrific necktie has said in the past. But hopefully I can get away with it. I also don't know if there's a thing where removing the necktie even once in a playthrough fucks something up, because it is pretty loud and proud at the start about never take this off. In fact, the description says it, doesn't it? Where's it gone? I'm looking through the thing. It's not this one. There it is. Yeah, okay, so the necktie is adorned with a garish pattern. It's disturbingly vivid. Somehow you feel as if it would be wrong to ever take it off. It's your friend now. You will betray it if you change it for some boring scarf. Ah well. Hopefully it's not keeping track.
Officer, it's a fine day for questions.
That's damn near a coin flip, and I don't trust it, but I'm gonna try and look you in the eye.
Soft, light brown eyes look back at you, directly into the space behind your eye sockets. You see the smoke rise from between her painted red lips. She's beautiful. I have bad news for you.
What?
You know these guys?
Mm-hmm.
Who, me? Yes, he's talking about you, you sinewy idiot. You too. Me? What have I done this time?
God, I love them all so much. The various parts of this guy's brain are like my favorite characters in anything.
These guys are compromised. She's got them singing along to her tune. The little bleeps and bloops you trust for info, you can't trust them anymore.
Oh my god.
Believe it.
Which ones exactly are affected?
There's no way of knowing. At the moment, I'm afraid it's best to assume. All of them.
Uh-huh.
Bullshit, man. I ain't compromised. Especially that guy. That guy's the most compromised one in here.
Don't worry, I wasn't going to be listening to anything electrochemistry had to tell me about this character. You don't have to warn me about that one.
No fucking way, man. I just want a drag of that sweet menthol Ziggy. Really? Quick, tell me what's under her jumpsuit. Glory, truth, softness. Protect her. She wants you. I take it back. He's got it pretty bad. But this next guy's on another level entirely. She likes you. The crown head is a boring condom. He's jealous. This is human nature.
Okay, this is interesting. I'm gonna hope this is only applying to this character. I will say, sometimes I've listened to them and they've been like, oh, sorry, I fucked up. You know, you'll get a successful roll for like I don't know, volition. Maybe not volition. Volition seems to know what's up. But you get a successful roll on one, and then something not great will happen, and it apologizes to you. But this is something else entirely. How did this happen?
How it always does. Through subtlety.
What can I do?
There's nothing you can do about it. You are how you are, and she is how she is. Things will go as they do.
Can't you turn them normal again?
No.
What use is this then?
It's better to know you're being played than to be played without knowing it, is it not?
I don't know. Because it doesn't feel good. And if you can't do anything to prevent it or derail the playing that is happening, then you just got to live with the fact that you are not in control of that, and that's not a good feeling. Does this mean she's been lying to me?
I think it's safe to assume, yes. Mr. Thespian here hasn't been speaking up. If he were, I suspect there would be paeans to her truthfulness. Like this. No, he's not going to show up. I'm sorry, your lie detection isn't working. It's not her doing. He's just totally inept. It looks like you're also an idiot, but that's not her fault.
I think that's the first time the game, or my own brain in the game, has talked shit about me being useless with some of these stats. And I'm delighted, frankly. You're literally just calling me out for my unbelievably terrible intellect tier. I love it. So Drama couldn't even chime in to be wrong about her not lying to me. That's how fundamentally undramatic I am. Incredible. What is her plan?
You can't draw a sound conclusion. The one he usually does says, she may want to control the information rollout, not to become a suspect. She may have a past she's escaping, unrelated to this case. You doubt it's something truly insidious. See? It's oddly moderate, probably compromised.
True. Okay, I've been talking to myself long enough. Let's get back to it.
Don't worry. It's only been 4 or 5 seconds. You've got this.
Miss, are you manipulating me?
The silence broken. She exhales a little cloud of smoke and says,
God, no.
That wasn't the most convincing response that I could have been given, I'll be honest with you. And it also has not addressed the situation where I need more information from you, so I guess can I ask more about you? You're not really the person I need details on, but...
Sure.
No, that's not gonna do it either. Shit.
The record. So official.
Okay, I need to talk about your room again, maybe?
Yeah?
You have quite the collection of prescription drugs down there.
Thank you. I've put a lot of time and effort into it.
She says, without any discernible irony.
Technically, possession of narcotics is legal in Revachol, but you should still reprimand her. No, don't listen to the stiff. Be cool.
I'm not listening to either of you. I'm not even sure I'm listening to Volition anymore. No further questions.
I always heard you RCM guys were cool. You are.
Hell yeah. Okay. Shit. That window's new?
It is.
The lieutenant makes a note in his notebook.
I guess he just wrote the same thing down again. Other questions for you?
Alright.
I don't seem to be able to ask her the things I need to ask her. I don't understand. I don't get it. Last time I approached her, she was like, it hasn't been long enough. This time, I'm just not seeing it at all. Maybe I was wrong about last time I approached her? Maybe the option wasn't there? I guess it just hasn't been long enough. But it must have been, what the fuck? Wednesday, 10 PM. It is currently Thursday at 3:30. So how does that work?
I was just thinking, what a nice day for questions.
How long do you
Pertaining
need?
to a murder investigation.
Like in reality, I'd understand if it would be days. but I don't think it should be here. On account of the fact that I've separately progressed with this just fine on a different playthrough. Earlier than this. So I don't know if it's the case that I need to come back without Kim Kitsuragi being here. Oh, I don't know. Weird one. Anyway, still have the Parolodon. I think the sides of my vision are currently looking like some flames and such. And as a result, the best thing we can do is go and do some psyche checks. I don't remember exactly what there was. I know there was one with Rejoice du Messier. My police spirit one. There is a suggestion one with a cell in the church. Maybe I need to speak to Titus first before I can speak to Clausia more. Have I been overlooking that? Confront the Hardy Boys with what Clausia told you. Maybe. Maybe. Okay, well, we're going to experiment a bit. I'm going to make a quick save. Very literally. I'm going to quick save. I said I was going to experiment. What I was going to experiment with was seeing if fast travel causes any time to pass. But instead of fast traveling, I guess I'm just running up to Joyce. So we're going to run up to Joyce first. Then we'll see. I don't think Cindy has anything nice to say to us. But this is also... Okay, good. We need to go through this way to get to the apartment we're going to, so...
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
I found my badge, by the way.
By love, you did.
She inspects the piece of blue plastic, her eyes scanning from left to right.
Fast, observantly, like an electronic printer.
Pleased to meet you, Lieutenant W. Frater Dubois. I am glad to see a man of high qualification. The situation is precarious.
You owe some respect on my name.
What can I help you with, Lieutenant Frater?
Somewhere in here, there's a white check that I'd like to retry, but I don't know where it is. So we're about to burn through some of our Parolodon time.
I fear I've told you all I know. Is there anything else I can help you with?
She's not even asking you anything. It's so easy to just say.
He asked me to deliver an envelope.
Sounds like he has you running errands, Detective. A well-established dominance ritual. Where did he have you deliver it?
To a nameless settlement down the coast nearby.
Ah, yes. I've been meaning to go there.
With longing. Clear and simple longing. Strange. Why does she want to go there?
You're quite fond of this village, aren't you?
I should be. In my youth, I had a brief dalliance here in Martinez. He was an older man with impossibly broad shoulders. He's probably dead by now. Even his shack is long gone. Not that it matters. These buildings are all carbon copies of one another.
You've been to Martinez before?
Yes, I was slumming it with some girlfriends of mine. We had boats and... Don't hold it against me. My paramour certainly did not.
Sounds like you missed those times.
Not overly so. It's not like this was the only place we visited. Me and my girlfriends from Azon with our shiny boats. Like reavers. We told ourselves we were the worst thing to happen to the coast since the Coalition landed in 08. Imagine.
She tosses her head. If you say so.
I'm over-radiated, Harry. I do silly things sometimes, out of pale-related illness. Like take this job. The moral of the story is...
She lists.
Do not spend 22 days a year in pale transit. Don't waste your 20s slumming it with your stupid friends. And don't deliver Everard Clare's mail.
Her bony finger is pointed like an arrow at your chest.
Are you satisfied, Detective? What else can you tell me about your mail delivery quest for Everard? Do you think it will improve the place?
She's pointing it quite hard in there. Feels like a knife.
Aye, Ivysaur. I don't know where all this has come from. I presume the amount of health and volition, the endurance and volition I currently have, they're not stat related, I don't think. Or if they are, those stats are not usually that high. I've taken Pyrrolodon, and there might be something else going on too. No, I think it's just the Pyrrolodon. Yeah, that's surprising. Oh, I'm wearing volition clothes too. Yeah, I've got my, I thought I had my military armor on. Maybe I don't. Does that go under my coat? I thought that was like a, well, I thought that went jacket slot. Okay. He wants to build a youth centre here for the children of Martinez.
A youth centre with Edgar Clare's statue on top of it.
Her eyes run across the water remorsefully.
Go ahead. Help him. Make it so. I have no power to stop him.
So you're sad you can't buy the place?
Yes. I'm sad I'll never have the time, Detective. I've always wanted a dilapidating fishing village. Full of ghosts and ancient memories. Has this errand yielded you any information?
Yo, she's just a guy on YouTube who bought a freaking ghost town, and apparently that's like a job, and then he burnt part of it down by accident. He's helping me find my gun.
Oh. That's so helpful of him.
It hasn't been so helpful so far.
The lieutenant looks at you, and you can swear his jaw muscle is trembling.
Holy shit. If apropos of nothing, he just goes, I am the law, I'll be so happy.
He's able to contain the anger and surprise.
What, you're angry? Is he angry and surprised that I told her about it?
Unconventional police officers sometimes lose their guns. They then go around and tell people about this, to gauge their reactions. It's all part of detecting.
Well, I'm glad he didn't go off on me. I don't even know if this was my composure check or his.
Incredible. Simply incredible. And how is it going? Has this detecting produced a gun?
I love that I could just say it again. He says it's almost ready to be found soon. No.
Well, maybe he's not as helpful as you thought then. Is there anything else?
He asked me to open a door.
A referral, you mean? I take it this was for someone in the RCM. Don't answer that.
No, literally, like a real door to someone's house.
Oh my. A real door?
The lieutenant does not say anything, but you hear the nylon of his jacket rustle as he looks at you.
He's got a Jack Russell? Where's he hiding it? I don't know what to say. It had to be done. I got information. It was useful to the case.
That's good to hear, Detective. Police work is rarely pretty, but it sounds like you did what you had to do.
Frankly, what was done was not pretty at all, but neither was it illegal. And it was not for nothing.
He turns to you.
This seems serious.
I advise you to be very selective with what information you choose to share. This may have consequences beyond our line of sight.
Uh-oh. Huh. How do I do this? I shouldn't say nothing, probably. Maybe I should just say nothing. I can say the truth. He didn't seem at all worried about the whole conflict that is developing.
I wouldn't have taken Everard for a saber rattler. Was he surrounded by Union men he wanted to impress?
No, we were alone, and he seems very sure of his ability to keep things in control.
Or he wants you and me to believe he's calm and in control. He's a politician.
There's always that risk, man. But if I may offer my opinion, he means it.
Mm-hmm. Kim's right. I'm pretty sure he meant it.
I'll think it over, Detective. Thank you for relaying this information to me.
She tries to hide it, but some great doubt is spreading within her. There is a crown slowly cracking above her head.
What's this great doubt you're talking about?
You can't say. Only that she's hiding the magnitude of it from you.
Ma'am, is everything alright?
What? Yes, of course. Everything's fine. Perhaps there's more gossip you'd like to share?
I love that she's specifically always referring to it as gossip. I don't know what I should and shouldn't say. So maybe I just shouldn't. I'm tempted to say that Everett says that the Wild Pines sent mercenaries after the Union and now one's dead. But no.
What you've said is quite enough. You've given me a lot to consider, and may have helped me prevent this conflict from escalating.
If she's to be believed, if I believe her, she does seem to not want people to get hurt. Whereas Everett is more in line with, yeah, we're willing to hurt them if we have to, because we can outnumber them. So,
Of course, Detective. You can always drop by later, should something come up. Now, what else can I do for you?
I'm still looking for that white chick. Oh, is that Pyrolodon? It's under my face on the actual stream, but I think I can see a little icon on my picture. More questions about reality. Maybe they're in there.
More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
I can do better. I can do better on the police spirit than that, but you said pale. What's pale?
The pale is not, technically speaking, part of reality.
Yes. Also, I think we've had enough excitement for today. We do have a case to attend to.
His voice is low, but firm. All she can say is,
Of course, Lieutenant. Let's try something else.
I don't want to. I want to know what the pale is.
I don't think your colleague would appreciate that. He has already been so patient with this whole exercise.
I outranked the shit out of him. I don't really care anymore.
Let's continue with something else, all right? You can ask about anything else in the world. Anything.
So I'm allowed to ask about anything in the world, just not anything out of the world.
you could sneak back later when the lieutenant is not here, unless you can convince him to step aside.
Why is he so scared of the pale?
Glad to have been of assistance.
Okay, let's get dressed for even more policing. Oh, it was a naval coat. It wasn't my uniform before. I was incorrectly going off the colour blue. Right. Give me all the police you can. And it took me a second to realise what I was looking for. Let me go back. Please, please, please. Another one. Wait, that's another coat. Damn it. Whatever. Please, please, please. Nope. 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 One of these days. One of these days. Do I really not have any other police garments? Not even like some police glasses? Ah! I only have one slot that seems to be able to boost it. And 3 things I can put in that slot to boost it.
You're back.
That one.
Good. More lessons in basic reality? My
what?
favourite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
I'm trying to, Joyce. What is,
6 kilometers southwest in the Valley of Dogs, Junior Officer Chad Tilbrook takes aim at a rabid black dog licking its wounds in the grass. To his left, his partner, Emil Mullins, whispers, "You heard what happened to Tequila Sunset in Martinez?" "Yes, he lost his mind," Tilbrook answers, fingers on the trigger. "Don't worry, Emil." He pulls it out slowly. Slowly now. He'll find it again. We always do.
What am I?
You? You're an officer of the RCM.
She says energetically. The Revachol Citizens Militia.
Preciso mundo.
Good. And what is the Revachol Citizens Militia?
Nothing more nor less than the de facto law enforcement body of post-revolutionary Revachol, Detective.
Yes, we are the Revachol Citizens Militia.
Are we?
We are.
You said de facto.
Yes, That means not de jure.
Oh, that
the
helps.
RCM acts in what is poetically called the twilight of international law, both at the behest of the coalition government and to its chagrin.
What do you mean?
The RCM's responsibilities are defined by the Emergency, Wayfarer and Aliments Acts, 3 pieces of legislation keeping the city in a, let's be honest, laissez-faire stasis to the benefit of foreign capital.
All 3 are good to know when we are out policing.
So, so I'm basically going to avoid this subject and ask the next question in this line of inquiry. I'm not picking those ones, but the way they're worded sometimes is just so beautifully, explicitly non-committal. To the point of, like, deliberate satire. It's beautiful. So I'm basically a lackey of capital.
There's nothing basic about your role, Detective. It's true that the RCM keeps everything the way our seemingly permanent provisional rulers like it.
She leans in.
Yet, on the other hand, I know these people. I deal with them daily. Let me tell you, dear, they are not fans of you.
Why?
The post-revolutionary decade was a disaster for the coalition government. Revachol in the 20s was hell, especially on the west side of the river. Gang warfare, a botched privatization scheme, a nuclear pile meltdown. They called it the international zone because no nation wanted to claim responsibility. The RCM restored peace where the coalition failed. A true blue citizens' initiative. They will never forgive you.
That's somewhat of an exaggeration. In reality, ours is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Ravacholians get to keep the peace in Ravachol, and the coalition doesn't have to worry about it. Anyway, sorry to intrude. Please continue.
Yes, Lieutenant. Permit me to conclude with this. Who you are, to me, is the police. The only legitimate law enforcement authority in Revachol. And if those authorities drink so hard they need help recalling the basic terms of reality, well, I'm here to help.
That's all for now.
Glad to have been of assistance. The
Thank
little
you.
that I know. Anything else?
Thank you for your time. Okay. Wait, what was that? I ever so briefly had a thought loop, but it did not contain a thought. Curious. Might as well get back into these apartments then. So I think, what was I looking for? Number 20? My memory's giving me apartment 20, but I don't know where from. Apartment 20, good. Go to Billy Majon's apartment to deliver the bad news. It's in the apartment buildings in North Martinez, apartment 20. I recall looking for numbers on these walls and doors last time and not seeing any. This is Kuno's dad's room. Still not able to see the number though. So I'm going to try out here first. Because it did say it was the same apartment building. It could have meant it's the same room. Still don't know what this is.
This door is made of metal and appears...
28, never mind. Definitely come too far for seeing 28. Come 8 too far.
A weathered brown door.
Is this what I
the
needed to see?
number reads 20.
That's what I needed to see on that screen, not what I needed to see on my phone screen. However, I will be back in a second, because this might be some kind of progress, at least on something. This is something else that I haven't done, something I don't think I encountered at all on the Switch one, so fascinating. But I will be right back again. Okay. So, I'm gonna have to stop here soon anyway, but not just yet. Get a little bit more done first. Boop. So, a weathered brown door. No, sorry, ignore that. The number reads 20.
Something smells good. Soup allons yo.
Ooh.
The lieutenant motions to you to go ahead and knock. This is the door. You already know it's the right door. This is going to be so hard.
Shit, I should be in my empathy clothes. This isn't good.
Get yourself together. It's just police work.
1 second. I feel like it would benefit me and the person that I'm gonna have to be comforting to have any capacity to do so. So let's just quickly empathize as best we can with our wardrobe. Or I guess using our wardrobe. We're not attempting to empathize with our collection of clothes, nor any piece of furniture in which we could potentially keep them. Although, clearly, we keep them on us at all times. I don't know how I carry them all around. I'm just good like that. Any more? Any more? I might have missed one, but it's fine. It'll do. I take it I don't have any empathetic tools. Would be a bit weird. And, yeah, I'm still off that purple goodness.
A weathered brown door. Something smells good. Soup allons yo.
Kim just did a little 180 dance. That was cool.
The lieutenant motions to you to go ahead and knock. This is the door. Get yourself together. It's just police work.
Hold on, Kim. Should we discuss this before we move on? Like, what should we expect?
You're right. Let's talk this through.
He looks at the apartment door and lowers his voice a bit.
You hear light footsteps passing by the door and some folk music playing on the radio.
We have our first preliminary identification. In all likelihood, the deceased is the husband of Billy Méjean. We need to confirm this, as well as deliver the death notification to Billy herself. Now, delivering a death notification is never an easy task. There's a reason why it's often called the most stressful part of our job. This is why it's usually done in pairs. You got this. I'll be monitoring reactions, ready to act if necessary.
Okay. Do you have any advice on how to tell her he's
dead? Just don't say that you know how they feel. You don't.
Good advice.
That is good advice. Okay. I think I'm ready.
The lieutenant motions towards the door.
Hello? Who is it?
A voice calls out from the other side of the door.
And someone turns down the radio. He gives you a short, encouraging nod.
Is this Billy Méjean's home? This is the police. Please open the door.
The police? A moment, please give us a moment.
You hear shuffling inside.
Tidying up. Nervously. There's fear in her voice.
Come in. The door is open.
Oh dear. This isn't going to be fun. An empty pack of red Astra cigarettes hidden under the bed. The same brand of cigarettes you found in the trash next to the deceased. Packages of humanitarian aid macaronis. Some leftovers kept warm on a stovetop. Smells like buckwheat and onions here. A chalk-drawn height chart for children's growth over the years. Windows covered in old newspaper clippings. A textbook for high school. Mathematics. Trigonometry mostly. The clock is ticking away with an odd cheerfulness. Its ticking makes you anxious, rings hollow in the room. Posters of contemporary pop stars adorn the walls. Okay, let's rip this plaster off and then I'm gonna call it a day.
It's you from the book stand. Did you come to bring my cockatoo back?
I already gave it away. That's not good. She smiles nervously before the smile vanishes from her face.
I don't think I introduced myself properly. I'm Billy. Would you like something to drink? Tea? Lemonade? We're out of coffee.
The lieutenant has taken off his foggy glasses and is busy cleaning them in his handkerchief for now. You're on your own here. He must feel vulnerable without his glasses. Is this why he's letting you take the lead?
Thanks, but I'm alright.
Is this about Victor, my husband? Is he in some kind of trouble again? I can come pick him up in the station if that's what.
She stops, her eyes trying to read answers from your face.
No, this is something much worse. Is he in the hospital? How bad is it?
It's like ripping off a bandage. The least painful way is to do it straight away, without stalling.
Pain Threshold just quoted me. Paraphrased at the very least. What the fuck? Straight away without stalling, huh? I don't know. I feel like I'd rather listen to empathy on that than Pain Threshold, but... I don't know. +4, Kim is here. +1, identified the jacket. +1, identified the library card. +1, discussed things through with Kim. 83%. God, I hope I don't fuck this up.
You've done this before. Just keep your focus.
Okay. God, do I just say he's dead like that?
Yes. That's the most important thing. Use that word.
Ma'am, I'm very sorry to say, but your husband, Victor Majon, was found dead on the Martinez boardwalk.
What did you say?
A great and terrible spike. The blood freezes in her veins.
This is a very bad time for me to have a breakthrough about my own sexuality. I don't know if my brain could have picked a more awkward moment, but Homosexual Underground just dropped. I guess we'll get to it. Oh dear. Say it again, huh? Your husband, Victor Majan, is dead. I'm very sorry for your loss, ma'am.
Oh.
She touches her neck, eyes pale like pearls in seawater.
Oh. But he was just...
She looks at the kitchen table where 2 cigarette butts are still in the tray.
But he was just here. Alive.
We understand this comes as a huge shock. I want you to know that me and my partner are here for you if you have any questions. Take your time, ma'am.
What happened to him?
She turns to you. Her neck and cheeks are covered with red blotches. Her double chin is shaking. I don't know if I say it's still early to say. I don't want it to be attached to, like, her thinking that there's going to be some follow-up. I don't know if there will be a follow-up. I just don't want to deny this woman any closure, but I can't actually completely confirm with 100% accuracy that it was an accident. And I don't know if she'd find that better or worse. Still early to say, but at first glance, it seems like he slipped and hit his head.
Was he drunk?
We don't know yet, but we'll let you know when the results arrive.
I see. And you just found him there, lying in the cold. How long had he been there?
If you say 2 days maybe, it will be etched in her mind forever.
It couldn't have been long.
She blinks, eyes welling up with tears, as her hand starts searching for something from the pockets of her dress.
Here.
The lieutenant takes out his handkerchief and offers it to the woman. She nods and slowly wipes away her tears. Is there anyone we could call for you? A friend, a family member? Someone who could be here for you?
No. I just need to tell my girls.
The air gets sucked out of her lungs suddenly.
It burns like acid.
God. Should I call them? Should I tell them to come home?
No. A day.
Take a day to recover fast. You'll be better prepared when they come home tomorrow.
Good. That's probably the right thing. Thank you.
She nods, but with a wretched expression.
She can't take much more. Her stomach is churning. Soon she will have to go to the bathroom and scream.
Just tell me, what do I need to do next? Where is he? Can I see him?
We've taken him to the city morgue. The local coroner will be contacting you shortly to arrange the funeral. Here's his number in case you want to contact him earlier.
He hands her a leaflet with the morgue's contact information.
Is there anything else that the RCM could do for you?
No, I'll call you if something comes up. I'm still...
She rubs her face, runs her fingers over cheeks that have become numb.
Thank you. Thank you for telling me. I'll call if...
She runs out of breath.
These are her last reserves of strength. Her muscles will give in soon. Already, she starts to shake.
Again, I'm very sorry, ma'am.
We should step outside and talk.
Set the library card by her and leave the room. Well, that was rough. Anyway.
Homosexual underground. Maybe you should stop obsessing about your own and other people's sexuality. Feels like it's about time to do that. You thought about this for 8 hours? Not only should you stop, you should tell Kim you've stopped obsessing about other people's sexuality too. I'm sure he'd appreciate it. Unless you already got him killed because you were obsessing about your sexuality. There's no way of telling from within your brain. But for your own sake, please say you didn't.
I presume that's not a thing that can happen. That's amazing. Oh my god. Okay, well, he already wants to speak to me. I guess we're just going to have even more to talk about now. Bonuses. Stopped obsessing about sexuality. That's not very mechanically tangible. But you know, that was 8 hours well spent. We figured it out. We may have figured it out at a very, very inappropriate moment. But we've stopped obsessing about it. So there you go. So this seems like it's going to be a somewhat important conversation. Not the sexuality one. I have no idea where that's going. The dead man one. Kind of a lot going on right now, to be honest with you. A veritable smorgasbord of tones and details, but I'm gonna head off. Get myself some food. It's been a while again. Wow, it has been a while. I didn't realize it had been like 5.5 hours. Anyway. I find it very difficult to drag myself away from Disco Elysium, as is always the case. And I'm just going to keep hitting F5, why not? I'll probably be back to it sooner than I ordinarily am because I really want to have this conversation. These are 2 conversations I'm looking forward to having. So they're probably going to be at the forefront of my mind for a while. Despite the fact that I have to stop here, so I hope you're doing okay. There's a chance I'll even be back with more of this tonight, because, yeah. My brain, all these thoughts of this game, my brain's just a nest of them, all tangled up right now. Stands to reason that it'd drag me back sooner rather than later, but for now I'm gonna head off. Thank you for being here. Always nice to get some stuff done. Check some things off the log. Look after yourself.